Testing.
We have right, and we need discipline and principle.
Hello. Thanks for being here if you're here. Yeah, we are going to do the Reverie Roundtable. In just a second. So I hope you had a great weekend. We're going to do the thing. As always. So, right, I don't know. I didn't think I have all this time. I know how to start a stream, but still mystery. Still mystery. Talk to the fellas who are already around.
Left is using you for your race, then you'll come back to the conservative side, the winning side.
Race? What race?
Well, I guess it's a religion, Muslim, Arabic.
It's all the same race, ethnicity, religion.
Yeah, they're all the same.
It's an
They're all the
ethnicity.
same.
Wait. I want to do the thing too, where we get to claim ethnicity with our religion. That sounds like
exactly.
fun.
Exactly.
You're the religion of brown. Okay, that's all I ask.
You're Mexican.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on there. Mexicans are proud Catholics, first of all.
No, they're converting by the fucking troves, brother. What are you talking about? The Hispanics are joining the squad. Alhamdulillah, you know?
Lies. That is just slander and lies.
Listen, you got articles? I can find articles too.
I'm sure you can. But listen, it doesn't matter because they're all Catholic. I've never seen no Cathedral de Mohammed in Guadalupe, Mexico. You know what I have seen?
What do you mean? Spain was literally you speak half the words you say are words that we made the Spanish say. So you say our words already. We're already halfway there. Becoming Muslim, Habub.
They learned how to build an empire after they became Catholic. You know, clearly there was the weaker Muslims who couldn't build an empire correctly, and then there was the strong Catholic conquistadors destroying the evil Aztec empire.
Wrong.
So Ali, is he pulling you to his side yet? Are you convinced? He's really sympathetic towards you.
Well, listen, you know, we can all he wants to be a strong, masculine male, and clearly
look.
CBS
CBS News says the Hispanics. Why are they converting more and more? I don't know.
Wait, who's the strong masculine type here?
CBS is. I put a Fox News article on a thing the other day, and they were like, "We don't accept anything from Fox News." So you know what? I'm going to start doing the same thing. I don't accept anything from CBS, CNN,
what's CAIR? Do you take CAIR? I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Care.com?
I don't know it. I don't believe it.
No. What about Reddit?
Yeah, I know Reddit. I might believe that more.
What about usnews.com?
Lefties, fake news, just like CNN, NBC. I'm just gonna start using leftist arguments from now on, and just
I'll
replace.
I'll give you a Reddit. I'll give you a Reddit link. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start taking the same arguments that they use and put them in here, like the right wing. Like, oh, y'all don't believe Fox News? I don't believe CNN.
Oh, God.
Like,
what about personal experience?
The Hispanics would kind of flock to Islam.
Wait, what was your thing?
I mean, because I just got in here, so I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about, but I'm assuming it's about what Ali is posting in the Reverie chat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, doesn't that make sense given how Christianity in the United States especially has like really softened and become like LGBT inclusive and all these things? They Hispanics tend to be Catholic, right, in the U.S. So if the Catholic Church is moving in that direction, it makes sense for a lot of them to think that the church is wrong,
evil,
broken.
apostate.
They'll go where the bigotry lies. Where can I find the most bigoted group? Let me just go there.
I'm saying that the Catholics are turned to apostates. That's why all the Protestant religions or denominations are also growing.
But hold on, but a lot of those denominations also have started accepting these things.
Right. No, you're right. I'm saying that on the conservative Protestant denominations are reporting record growth. Like the Church of Christ is doing the best it's done in 30 years. And they're
that's propaganda. Those are just lies.
They're the most conservative church. Well, they're not most. The snake handlers, I guess, are probably the most conservative Christians I can think of.
The snake handlers.
The Pentecostals. They are out there for sure.
Yeah, the snake. You don't know about a snake handler church?
No, I live in Michigan.
Oh man, it's like they have them right next to the cowboy churches. You go over there, it's wild.
You know what? I passed by the cowboy church when I was driving through Texas. What is that?
They just show up on their horses and have outdoor sermons.
I had a friend who converted from atheism right to Pentecostalism, which is like the most hardest core of denominations. And he was telling me, he was like, yeah, like, our pastor, using the power of Jesus Christ, like healed a blind lady yesterday.
There has to be more to the story of the conversion.
No, it's like faith healing and all that was like a major part of it. But yeah, and then they do the snakes and everything, and they bring the snakes out, and women can't talk, and it's definitely like a very conservative.
They use
You don't believe prayer can heal the
Yeah,
blind?
they use both. So when you go in, the one I went to, the one I grew up going like near, I went to it one time with this girl, and at the back of the place they would have like anacondas and pythons and like non-venomous ones, right? And then as you get further close to the front, you're closer to the power of Christ. The faith is emitting from the spoken representative of the Lord. And so as you get closer, they would have like venomous, but like they could definitely kill you, like coral snakes, but are like not known to bite. And like, so you get closer, and then up at the front, then they would have like people holding fucking like 8 foot, 9 foot rattlesnakes, like shaking them out. Yeah, speak to and shit. And then like, if you got bit, they were like, "That's the demons. They're coming through him. We need to see him." And they would do a little faith healing thing, and then they take him to the hospital. But yeah, they would.
And then take him to the hospital.
Closest I've seen anything like that was in Miami. You had the Cuban churches where all the people meet up at like a plaza, a shopping mall plaza, and then the dudes just they're just yelling in Spanish, and they shake the person's forehead, and they fall back, and I don't know if they're healed of something or what it does when you tap someone's forehead, but
this is something crazy. I saw that like African churches for the first time are sending missionaries in like large quantities to the United States because they think the United States is so like lost.
Reverse Uno card. I love it.
Reverse, yeah. And so they're sending them, especially from what is it, Nigeria, which is like extremely like anti-LGBTQ. I think is it Nigeria or Uganda?
Uganda.
Yeah, Uganda is the one. That's what it was.
Yeah, Uganda was, I think, passed some kind of controversial law.
We got the Israelites, the
I'm
Brotherhood,
the
and
former
now
colonies,
black
the former
conquistadors.
Conquistadors.
Yeah. That's the problem. They didn't accept Christianity soon enough in Africa. That's why they lost. If they accepted it sooner, they would have had a glorious Christian utopia empire.
Well, now they're going to beat us, though, right? Because now they're more
saying.
Christian. Yeah, we're fucked.
Cortez is going to come back as a saint and like possess one of their leaders.
The commercial faith healing is a little bit different than like the Pentecostal stuff, right? Where everyone goes in like the big giant stadium, and then you have like the faith healers. I think like Benny something was like a major one of them. I think
list right there?
I think me.
Yeah, pretty good list. Yeah, like Benny.
I have I have a list, but I've been trying to repress it. But it sneaks out every once in a while.
Mission accomplished.
I had speech therapy as a kid.
If you embrace it, it makes you seem like warmer and kinder. People, you seem softer, so people like you more.
Yeah, you can be like Biden. Every time you have a mess up, you can blame the list.
Taking less seriously.
He's a sharp corporate lawyer. He doesn't want people. He wants people to fear him.
Yeah, it can be feared with the list. It's a little bit difficult.
But carry a big stick.
Talk thoughtfully and carry a big stick.
Exactly.
Hey, you sound just like our president.
Just like
did y'all see the thing today? Oh my god! All right, I know that y'all are gonna be like, Gibbs is just being the Republican. I honestly, like, genuinely feel bad for this man. He's got severe dementia. He needs to step down. Let's just let Kamala run it for the next 6 months. Dear God, the man is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Give her a trial run real quick.
He was over here talking, and like everything is slurred together. It sounds like he has a stroke. And then he fucking was like reading the end quote off the monitor and shit again. He's like over here like, oh yeah, we need to set term limits, end quote, and like shit like that. Just the guy is gone.
Turn left, leave the stage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, his brain is melted, and the Democrats lied to us.
I mean, not even the line. Like, this is just honestly, like, I feel bad for the man. Like, he served enough Dems. Like, let your other guy.
I don't feel bad for a man aiding and prosecuting a genocide. Fuck him. Right?
Okay, well, I don't feel bad for him.
Fuck his legacy. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
This is pro Biden. Now that you said that.
What'd you say, DB?
I said I agree with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for the Dems. I hope he dies. To be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And soon.
and his legacy needs to be tarnished. The way LBJ was, no, LBJ still like we look at him for like his great domestic accomplishments. I think we should bury Biden's legacy completely. Fuck him.
I can't say that without getting rated. So, you know,
sorry. Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna just we'll get started in a second because you guys all assembled here quickly. Tom will be joining us. Oh, actually, I didn't add him to the thing.
will he?
Yeah, he's I mean, he just confirmed like a little while ago.
He's gonna bring in all the women.
I'm gonna bring in all the women.
He didn't even show up last time.
Does he have is he a big ladies man
No,
like that
the
I'm just not aware?
apparently there's the opposite that is true. Is the problem. Don't you know
Oh.
about
I
this?
don't know.
Corey's talking shit for like the first time ever.
Well, no, like literally, isn't that what Tom did? Like whatever, 2 or 3 panels ago. Like he brought both Ghosty on, I believe, or at least there was a complaint that there was not enough women representation on the panel, and then Tom like whatever tagged one in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know the drama because I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna be honest, but I got bitched at literally yesterday because I didn't call Tom out on these panels for his, and I quote, sex pestery. And I'm like, do you know who the fuck I am? I was like, they're like, what did he do? That he made a list of women calling them hot or doable or not. I'm like, bro, I tell them straight to their face that I'd fuck them. Oh yeah, he's much worse than me.
He made a list.
I really don't understand. So there was So
yeah, I don't really get it. I think
controversy,
it's
right? What I heard is like he was on stream and he pulled up some girls like Instagram and it was like and somebody that's like in the Twitch sphere, right? Go ahead.
So it was Kelly Jean. He just they had some beef. He had her picture pulled up or her Instagram pulled up on stream, and then he wouldn't take it down. And then they got into some random like online drama beef, and then everyone started calling him a sex pest. And then I think she took it back, and then everyone called him a liar for some random because he said he was a fucking what's the word, a literarian or whatever the fuck the word is. There we go.
That's less interesting. That's like a
I was just saying that's been the past drama.
A linguist.
A linguist.
Linguist.
Yeah, but that's us. I think what's interesting to me is that Kelly Jean or anybody who puts like these like lewd photos out on
there's
Instagram
trap photos, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like why would you be upset about people showing that on stream if that's like the intention of putting those out is to get the attention, right? Like you want people to look at it. So like why the fuck are you upset about
Well,
that?
it's a certain kind of attention.
Well,
Is she like is she one of those like
Would you
gym
put out
ladies?
photographs? Is she
Right?
like, oh well, yeah,
No, cosplay.
You look at my titties, but don't say that they're hot or you're disgusting. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
Oh, is she like one of those gym women that are like, oh, I'm gonna
Cosplay.
wear the tightest like? No, I'm saying like in terms of is she similar like in theory to one of these women that goes to the gym like with really tight clothes on and like bends down in front of men, and then like if they look, they're on camera and now like they're sexy pests or whatever.
Her whole thing is that she does like the cosplay on Instagram and so on and so forth. But then when she's in like on panels or in like logistical spaces or whatever, she wants like she isn't taken seriously because of the lewd. So therefore she fights back against anytime like, oh, because I'm because I do cosplay, I can't have an opinion that's smart, blah 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 blah. But everyone calls her an idiot or a bimbo. So like I guess
it's like the meme. It's like, oh, OF detected, opinion rejected.
That's pretty funny.
I like that.
Yeah, me too.
You're welcome. You can take that one. I didn't come up with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that the whole sex pest thing was kind of weaponized against Tom because she doesn't like him. So it's kind of like, oh well, you can't say I'm hot if I don't like you, which is really stupid.
Which is actually like the meme, right? Isn't that like the meme? Like, like there's that cartoon of like who tells a woman how good looking she is and changes her reaction. Like that's oh my god.
The other meme is like worst pickup line, hi, and it's just like some ugly guy. Best pickup line, it's a great looking guy, hi.
Yeah, basically that. Yeah. But so I'm not gonna pretend like I know the controversy. Only I've known like what you've told me right here. Right?
That was it.
And I'll just have to assume that's the total the sum of it. If there's more to it, then I'd consider that. But if this is it, if Ali has properly represented the conflict, and I'm not questioning you, Ali, it's just that you know how these things go, right? But if he has, then that's fucking nothing, right? And yeah, people like to toss that around because I mean, he's not a leftist, but in lefty leaning spaces, it's a good way to try to exclude a person. Is to toss accusations like that around because then immediately people can get on their high horse.
There was
say,
definitely
"This
something
person's
about a list. I don't remember what the list thing was.
Yeah, he
but,
made a
like,
list of like hot girls.
yeah,
and,
which is
like,
stupid. Like why would they like? Oh no! Like I mean, did not everybody not do this in middle school? Be
a
like, I
hot or
would kiss.
not list." Yeah,
I have way weirder lists.
Yeah, we had a hot or not list in middle school. I remember at one point it was the South Park made that episode that made fun of people doing this, where they'd go send the list out and they're like, oh, and it had all the boys ranked, and then the guys did all the rankings of the girls back, and it was like a whole South Park like thing. Y'all remember that was a big thing when I was in high school. Like
that was literally what
Well,
Facebook
the keyword
was
is high school, though.
That's
maybe.
literally what
So
Facebook was.
That's what
originally.
YouTube
I still
streaming
have
is.
one.
Facebook was a hot or not platform. That's how it started, and it evolved from there.
It's also
Hot or not. I
website.
remember that one.
Yeah,
But I can
It was an
understand
actual
because
website.
if you end up on that list, right? So if Lactoid had a list of hottest streamers, and Gibbs was on there, so you know Gibbs, right? Of course, 100% Gibbs would be on there.
100%.
And you know Gibbs at some point in the day, some point of the week, Lactoid sits in his bed and jerks himself off while thinking about your ass, like, thinking in your ass.
Yeah, I hope so.
Or maybe he thinks about you like bear fucking him, right? Just thinks about that he's jerking himself off. Like that can make somebody really uncomfortable. So I can understand why like women or anybody wouldn't be
tits.
okay with being on one of those lists.
Sure, it's not
Well, maybe,
uncomfortable right now.
well, maybe I shouldn't have posted something in my one-piece banana hammock. That might have something to do with it too. If I'm over here like, yes, I'm all that is
That's
man. Like
I think
I
that's
can't.
reasonable.
I don't really have a leg to stand on and be like,
But if you haven't done that, right, and you're just on these panels with Lactoid, and then suddenly you find out that he's jerking it off to you every time you're on a panel, or after every panel that you're on with him,
I hope
I
he
can
does.
understand why that'd be like uncomfortable.
I hope
for you.
everybody.
Well, if that was happening to me, I would genuinely feel complimented, and I give standing permission to all people who would like to do that. You can do that.
I didn't need it. Already done.
And if you want to sub to his OnlyFans, it's OF_Lactoid TV.
Wait, that would be a great OnlyFans name though. Lactoid, it fits. There you go.
Mine's actually
yeah.
free. You can just find me on Uport. You don't gotta pay. I just want y'all to see it.
but oh my god,
I'm joking.
Alrighty.
but
And
so,
Lactoid's on the hunt.
I think it's fair. Okay, so I don't think
We're all going to hell.
to be clear, I don't think a hot or not list is enough to be called. It should be enough to be called a sex pest. I think if we're gonna call someone's like integrity into question, it's got to be better than that, right? Like now you can say that it's inappropriate, right? You can say that it can make people uncomfortable, but lots of things make people uncomfortable. But to necessarily like toss this accusation out, which can ruin a person's reputation, like it's completely uncalled for. Again, if I'm understanding the story correctly, and so I put that in reservation. But so I like hot or not, like whatever. But I hear definitely what Doobie is saying is that like well if you find out you're on this list, that will make a person uncomfortable. They a lot of those people don't want to be sexualized, right? And I think that's fair. Hold on. But right. So I have a caveat here, right? But if we're talking about, and again, I'm just hearing this, but if it indeed was from Kelly Jean, who I've seen her Instagram, right? And, attractive woman, and she uses it to her benefit, which I'm totally in favor for. No judgment here. But like, if she was on that list or he was showing her stuff, like, whatevs, like, that's okay. Like, if guys, like, the point is guys to drool over you. Right, that's the purpose.
This is the height of authoritarianism, right?
Yeah.
Like we're gonna put this out, and then but you can't in your mind, you can't do it.
Yeah.
And if you do it in your mind, then we're gonna shame you, right? It's like sadomasochism a little bit, right? Like it reminds me of a dominatrix saying like smacking you with a paddle because you're getting hard before she says you can. Like it's fucking weird.
That's interesting. Thank you for that image.
Lots of sexual imagery on this panel.
Yeah. I interact, I think once, maybe twice with Kelly Jean, and she was it was nice. It was pleasant interactions. So I don't think I have nothing against Kelly Jean, to be very clear. I have nothing against her, and I wish her the best.
No, fuck that bitch.
Okay. I don't endorse that.
I'm
The
joking.
tweet at him.
She seems nice. Okay, I've spoken to her before. Seems like a nice person.
Yeah. So
Oh,
like
she did lie to me.
Oh, really?
On that panel. Okay, she said she didn't have an OnlyFans. She does. Okay, so just saying.
Would she have a Fansly and not an OnlyFans?
And I don't even care. I don't even care if she has an OnlyFans. Right? It was that we were. I think the panel was about whether or not having an OnlyFans is something that women should do, or some shit like this, or if it's like ethical for women to do porn or whatever the fuck, or if it's like they're taking advantage of like lonely incels or whatever. So she told me that she didn't have one, and that she had one. She deleted it, and yeah, later I found out that actually she still has an OnlyFans. Not that I.
Why'd she lie to you?
Okay,
Why'd she
I'm
lie to
just
you?
saying- I'm
Yeah.
just saying,
Calls into character a lot of the
Very fair.
calls into character her question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Nailed it.
Well,
Nailed it.
To the argument, so would having the OnlyFans, right? It would call into character her question, and now her opinions would,
Wait, I think that even helps Tom's case. So, like, if she has an OnlyFans, right? So she's actually putting out like nudes or lewds or whatever the fuck out there, and then she's getting mad at Tom for thinking she's attractive or saying she's attractive on stream. Like, that's, I think it's even more stupid.
Would she be more would she be happier if he insulted her and called her ugly? I feel like that'd be worse, like on so many levels.
be the same
thought-
thing, right? Judging her on her looks, so on
they
and
would-
so
they would
I gotta be
say
forth.
honest. You're right, Lactoid. This is
You're-
not even the
you're a
weirdest list
misogynist,
I
you're a
have, for
objectifier.
sure.
The
Womanizer.
opposite, but that wouldn't be the opposite of what they're saying, right? The opposite would be like to not comment on it at all, right? That would be the thing.
Again, like
Don't say my name.
yeah, if like the gym woman who like will bend over in front. Oh, you can't look though.
Mm.
Fucking look, it's you lefties that made the world as it is right now. Right? This is your fault.
This is
so
what you
know.
do when they do
I'm
that.
a
You go,
confirmed
God
moderate,
damn, I'm working out
okay?
right here, bro. I'm like, they just yell at him, bro. You gotta embarrass them, like when they bend over in front of you. If you ever hear like doing like a bench and they start bending over in their little tight things, showing off their yacht, you yell, yeah, damn, get the fuck out of my mirror. I'm trying to see my pump. And like, then they get out of your way.
And
they
then you get kicked out and you
No,
lose your gym
no,
membership.
then-
And then,
No, then they come and try to flirt with you afterwards. That's what works.
Like, do you guys
my
like?
God.
I mean, I'm a guy, right?
Because
So
you just
I get
rejected
the-
them.
I understand the wondering eye thing, but I feel like it's not difficult to just like avoid looking at someone's ass or tits or whatever in public. Like
Or just not stare. I think that's the baseline.
Yeah,
You
like,
can look.
Oh,
okay.
it
Just
is.
staring
It
is
is.
the issue.
It isn't difficult, but when I'm at the gym, and I'm not gonna lie, it's also not difficult to you're wearing volleyball shorts on a Tuesday afternoon with a training bra. It's not difficult not to stare, but I want to stare.
I
And it's
can't
there
even
for me
look.
to stare at.
just
the height of authoritarianism. This is the height of authoritarianism.
Guys, guys, have y'all
I've almost gotten in so many motorcycle accidents because like I'm driving past and I'm looking
Solution.
over.
It's only
Here's the
referee
solution.
or something.
You just
Why
need
do you
to
think
see
guys
wear
it.
glasses
Let
in
me
the
get like
gym?
that, okay? Like you just don't look. Like it's not
I'm-
like just like, oh yeah, they have body parts that I would enjoy to look at, but I'm not gonna be a creep. I'm not gonna look at them. You just
Wait,
look
whoa, why is it a creepy
not
thing
that
to look?
It's not a creepy thing to like glance, right? But to look at the way that Lactoid was just describing, which is almost getting into car accidents, that's pretty fucking creepy.
I want to stare at them with my beady little eyes, and I want them to know that I'm looking.
Like lick your lips and everything, right?
He turns his whole head. I'm just saying, I don't think it's creepy, and I think that's the attention that's being asked for. So I don't really, you're asking for. You're at the place where you're working on the body parts
Sometimes.
specifically.
I think our culture has has normalized or given women the permission to go out wearing less clothing or showing more skin than allows men to typically. In most so I'll give you an example. Women going out like in a summer dress or something that shows like cleavage. Like so she's probably not wearing that because she wants a lot of attention. Maybe it's just comfortable. It's hot. It's she wants to feel the breeze, whatever the fuck. So she wears something that's comfortable for her. Or maybe she just throws on some sweats, throws on some yoga pants or whatever the fuck, because they're comfortable and she enjoys it with the way that it feels on her, the way that she looks in them. Like not everything is an invitation to like stare, right, or like to check out her ass.
Doobie, let me ask you. So I don't really do this much anymore, but I used to wear like pretty tight jeans, and like it would accentuate my
Focus.
Just so I can understand.
Your glutes.
Or his bundle.
my bundle, my stuffs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was one time, this was in undergrad, where I was Snapchatted a close-up of my bundle from one of the women that was in the room with me. I took it as a compliment. Is that
Great
weird?
That's an invitation.
No. Well, I think that another thing we have to keep in mind is that because men tend to be more physically intimidating than women do. It is reasonable for women to feel more intimidated by men.
That's fair, but I'm on a motorcycle passing them though.
Taking pictures of her, or whatever the fuck.
Now, I can understand. Man, I can't even really understand in public because, listen, 90% of the time when the girls are wearing the jeans, that they're buying the yoga pants that are specifically designed to make the butt
Not
look
always.
bigger.
I understand what you're talking. Not always, but yeah, I guess.
We all know that yoga pants, one, make your butt look better. They make your butt look bigger, or at least more put together. And then for the various designs that come with them, they're there to accentuate certain parts, just like the baby tees that the girls are wearing. Just like you can wear a summer dress that doesn't have your whole cleavage out. There are summer dresses that come up a little bit. You don't have to have,
and they should be banned.
No,
I agree. They should be banned.
And I get what Doobie's saying. You don't walk around in the street like a caveman just ogling. Like, I get what you're saying.
I'm trying to pay child support over a $19 sundress, not fucking look at this bannable shit. This fucking covered up shit that you want going on. That sounds awful. If you want that, you can go back to the Middle East to get the burqa. I want to stay here with their small.
Hold up, brother. I'm right here with you. Okay, listen. You're the one who wants to ban Latinas from coming in, not me. So,
no, well,
yeah.
Well, yeah. There's exceptions to my border policy. We could do what's that guy, Ollie G, have all the fit ninjas come on through?
Here we go.
So
it was Ali. But yeah. So it's like for example, all the nightclub attire. It used to be like jeans and a dress you could be fine. It would be okay. Nowadays, they're literally wearing bras. They're wearing lingerie out. Like, you're wearing lingerie out. Literally,
He's right.
These are literally just like
They were
lingerie
bralettes?
tops with jeans. And maybe short shorts.
Probably to fuck, right? So that's more reasonable.
No. They don't want to fuck. They actually get annoyed if you approach. They get annoyed if you say something. It's, why are you staring at me? It's still the same shit sometimes. Listen, I don't have that problem. I'm not like, I'm a little slightly better than average looking. So I don't necessarily have that problem. I'm not getting yelled at. But for the vast majority of guys that aren't, they're getting the whole.
Yeah, but I feel like that's the problem that you guys pointed out earlier, right? So it really depends on the person asking them out. Because I haven't been to a nightclub in fucking. I had a club phase 10 years ago or some shit, right? And when I was doing it, if a woman was there wearing fucking basically lingerie, it was a clear signal to everybody that, hey, she probably wants to fuck somebody tonight. So you approach her with that in mind. She probably wants something very casual, isn't really interested in a whole courting period thing. Just fucking go for it, right? That's kind of the vibe she's giving off, and if you go for it, you're probably gonna get it. So I don't know. I've never run into, and again, maybe 10 years ago, whatever the fuck. Maybe it was just a different scene or something, but that was my experience.
That's definitely not the norm now at the nightclub. If I go out, I can't even tell you how many girls I see in a bralette, and then they have a sport jacket coat and a mini skirt or something. And it's and then I guess this has come back. The whale tail has come back, right? So you have the whale tail coming out now, and you'll go talk to. It's there's 10 girls like this. I'm like, damn. 5 years ago, y'all would look like hookers, and now, there's.
Fashion
all
of
y'all,
everywhere.
Fashion Nova, Sheen, and Temu, they're all coming out with whatever. I saw one of these girls the other day, what used to be called the Instagram model ethot look, where they have the black sheer kind of bodysuit, and then with the tears where it was darker in some
spot. It was
spot.
a stripper outfit.
Yeah, it basically was a stripper outfit. Now that's the norm at the club, and you go and talk to somebody, and this girl's like, "Oh yeah, what do you do? Oh, well, I'm a secretary at River Hills Baptist Church." I'm like, "What?" Oh, okay.
Did you see Kanye West's wife? What she was wearing, the completely see-through.
Yeah, that's a little bit wild, but
entirely 100% see-through. You can see everything.
What was her name again?
I don't remember. It's Bianca or something.
Kanye West, what? You'll find her.
Or all the
Kanye West boobs, or Kanye West wife boobs.
Yeah, or all the TikTok, all the Gen Z TikTok influencers are literally wearing sheer shirts. What is it? What's her name? Fucking the biggest one, Charlie D'Amelio or whatever, is literally just out at a club with just a sheer shirt, boobs out, and then the pants that she's wearing are also sheer, but she's wearing panties, and that's a common fit to go out and see through to the panties.
I'll give you another example. remember goths? Like goths used to be like all wearing the all black. They have like they like would be kind of form fitting, but they'd have the buckles. They'd have the like really dark like socks that were super long that went all the way up. Like and they were kind of covered up. Now you see them and it's like black belts over the tits and some like
I'm
black
sorry.
eyeshadow.
Gibbs. Did you just make a back in my day argument here?
I did.
Yeah.
No, I'll give you an example. I was going with doobies back in my day. I don't know how old y'all are. Y'all don't remember the covered up goths? Now that none of them are covered up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we gained something though with that.
So
That's just me.
I don't.
Thick
So
thigh goth girl.
I don't.
Call me a progressive. No, I'm just
So
kidding.
the problem of my this conversation for me, right? The direction we're going in here, is that like it's like it makes it seem like there's some sort of progression that's damaging society, right? Like look, women in skimpy outfits isn't like the fall of Western civilization, all right? Like me, a socialist, I'm the fall of Western civilization. Don't take that away from me, all
I
right?
agree.
But
Fully
it's
clothed
definitely,
males.
definitely not like women in skimpy outfits. So like let's I want us to temper our criticisms and like figure out what we actually are criticizing. Like, so are we criticizing women for? Are we criticizing anyone at all? Right, first of all. But if we are doing that, are we criticizing women for wearing skimpy outfits and why? Right? It seems like none of you here actually really hate skimpy outfits, but like. So
No, we just hate it when they wear a
We
skimpy
hate the
outfit,
reverse
and then
criticism.
then they bitch. And they
It's a defense. It's a
I
defense.
also-
we get called creeps, and then it's like, well, you're doing it. What do you mean? What do you want us to
yeah,
do? It's
Okay.
like,
if you're in a thong bikini and you're like and you have fake implants and you fucking are a fitness model, guess what, homie?
I didn't hear anything at all.
Like,
I would be opposed to it if I was a father who had a daughter. Then I would be opposed to it, but otherwise, not really.
Well, why would you be? I'm not disagreeing. Why would you be opposed to it? On what like grounds?
Because I wouldn't want my daughter being a
a
uh,
slattern.
a perceived slattern.
No. Yeah, no. Can you be like more and like why? What is it about those outfits that like puts them in that category explicitly? Like, yeah, you can't be anything else but that if you dress a certain way.
It makes them sex. It's an overtly sexual outfit.
Costume.
Right? Like the point is to titillate the senses of the men surrounding her, and I don't
know that for certain.
Well, I do.
The outfits are designed.
No, you don't.
Corey.
Well, I'm looking at these outfits and I'm titillated.
he's looking
Therefore,
at it right
go
now. You
back
gotta
though.
pull up on another tab.
I'm just saying, like these outfits, like absolutely are designed specifically for the visual satisfaction of surrounding men, and I wouldn't want my daughter to be, I guess, defiled in that way. I think that would be bad.
Defiled.
So,
Okay,
no.
so wait. So if I can clarify, let's say if your daughter, at some point, they come out as, whatever lesbian, then it's okay.
Nope.
Well, no, because then they're showing off for all the other lesbians. That's
And still the men. And still men are
And still the men.
against
thank
their
you.
attraction.
Wait,
And still the men.
Wait a minute.
Why would they be appealing to men? So you're just saying they're appealing to just for the sake of it. There's no like
many men watch lesbian porn, Corey. Right?
No, I'm talking about the woman wearing the clothes.
They're made to enhance attraction to specific body parts, which Lactoid knows that there's many creeps in the world and doesn't want the creeps ogling his daughter.
Exactly,
now he knows he's not a creep, and he's okay with ogling himself.
Thank you, Ali. Exactly, Corey. Like the same logic.
It's a moral stance.
Would you be okay with your daughter walking around butt naked with a magnifying glass over her twat? Would you be okay with that?
What?
If it's on a sunny day, then no, absolutely not. I would be concerned.
It's overcast. Overcast.
Overcast. I would inquire as to the reasons why they're doing it, and I would also check the local laws.
It's just the fashion.
Yeah, sure. Like I have no problem with nudity.
Okay, all right. I do have an issue with that.
Here's the thing: Corey also has a problem though with the idea that like pretty privilege, or that people look at people and judge them based on the outfits that they're wearing or the perception that they're putting out into the world.
Well, no, I acknowledge that it exists, like pretty privilege, and like even whatever scientists get stereotyped. There's abundant research to show that. But like, well, yeah, I don't want to live in that world where everyone comes to the conclusion, like Lactoid, well, you must be appealing to men. You must be put in this box if you dress this certain way.
Yeah.
Well, okay, it doesn't. Okay, yeah, I see. You got hung up on men. You're appealing to someone, and in a bad fashion, right? So, like, if someone's dressed like a slattern, right? You're not attracting the best quality partner, whether it be man, female, they, them, other. It doesn't matter. It's the type of quality of partner that you are attracting with the outfit or the costume that you're wearing.
You're advertising yourself as easy, as opposed to somebody who.
When you go to court, when you go to court, you don't want to wear
You
don't want to wear sweats and a hoodie. You want to wear maybe
you.
like a polo, potentially.
You want to no. Whoa. If you're in court, you show up in a suit. If you're a lawyer,
and that's a bad world to live in terms of
it shows that you're serious.
Wait. Doctors not have to wear scrubs so we can identify who the doctors and nurses in the hospitals are?
If you would,
what if they were naked?
I would hold on. If you go to a scientific convention and the speaker is giving a speech and like on the the founding of astrophysics and like some bullshit it doesn't matter. But yeah, whatever, some bullshit. And he's out there and he walks out there and he's got a lab coat and he flings it off into the crowd and he's in just a one-piece Speedo and he's like, all right, let me tell you about the electrons and the protons, my boys. Which one of y'all? How serious are you gonna take this guy? Probably not too serious.
Okay, no. I will tell you how I would take them, as in if in fact they're there and whatever, they passed the vetting process of getting to a conference, okay, I would not dismiss them. I would let the evidence speak for itself, as any scientist should, and it shouldn't matter what they're wearing on whether I take their claims seriously. I would say you are unscientific. I would say you are unscientific if you are dismissing someone's claims based on how they're dressing.
Then why can't I
impersonate you're a bad lawyer? Just as you're a bad lawyer, okay? If you're judging someone's arguments based off what they're wearing.
Okay. What if the scientist walks out butt naked and then while he's giving this talk, and the talk is scientifically correct, but he's jerking it while he's explaining the whole science? Are you going to be like, what the fuck is happening?
Enthusiastic for science.
This is evidence, though, that of sanity.
I can judge something as, let's say, impolite and against social norms, and not
impolite and against social norms. Exactly. Just like dressing like one of these slatterns, I think is impolite and against social norms. My social norms, assuming that I ever have a daughter. Firstly. Secondly, somebody in my chat made a great point. If you dress like a clown and other people see you as a clown, you might say, I'm not a clown, but the perception matters. And when people see, if I ever have a daughter and she dresses like a slattern or whatever, people will perceive her. Men will perceive her. The wrong kind of men will perceive her as an opportunity. And I don't want her
them or other.
I don't want her to be seen as an opportunity by this hodgepodge of people, right? I want her to be seen as an opportunity by a very wealthy man that will pay for a lot of my things that I would like to buy.
Then why not, as a good parent, actually have a conversation with your daughter about how do you select for good men?
I'm going to do it too. I'm doing that too.
Yeah. So you don't need to focus on clothes either. You could have...
No, do both. We can walk and chew gum at the same time, right? Not only am I going to give her advice as to, hey, don't go for the douches, but I'm also going to make sure that she's wearing things that prevent douches from approaching her. It's better to remove yourself from the opportunity.
You're going to make sure, or you're going to obviously depends on age and whatnot.
I'll do my best.
Wait, don't you have a motorcycle? Don't you have a motorcycle?
And?
Congratulations, you're a douchebag. That's the key.
No, absolutely not.
You can't judge someone for what they ride, right? But you can judge them based off of their clothes.
Corey, you judge me for what I ride.
I judge you as not wise, and
why? Yeah, you're judging me as not wise, just like I would judge somebody who's wearing nothing.
And I can back it up in terms of I've just made the argument that on a pure numbers and statistical basics that it is more unsafe as opposed to driving any motor vehicle.
I bet you I could find some study somewhere, and I'll look for it because I already have one on hair color and tattoos. But I can find you some study that demonstrates that women who wear very scantily clothing, there are negative outcomes associated with this behavior.
Was the hair color like a warning sign thing? Is that the thing? Yeah, it's like
I'll send you that study.
But that's different than putting someone in a box. I can just as I can acknowledge the risk that you're taking, but I don't put you in a box as an idiot.
I wouldn't hold on. If I have a daughter who dresses I wouldn't put her in the box of she is a slatter. I wouldn't say that she's in the box of having her box open to all men. But I would say that she's made it substantially more likely that an inferior male will believe that they have an opportunity to engage in coitus with somebody as important as somebody who shares my genetic code, which is a big no-no. That's not going to happen.
So
So
hold
you
on.
never adopt.
That's a really good question. I don't know. It's a really good question.
Okay, so I've been wanting to jump in for quite a while, but you guys have been actually quite entertaining. And everyone, we do have a topic, and we will get to that topic soon. The topic is a lot of the teeth has been taken out of it, but like I think there's still things to discuss in terms of the Olympics. So we'll get to it. We're not done with that yet. However, I mean this is fun. So Lactoid. And maybe I heard you wrong. So I'm asking questions here. So you use the word defiled, right? And like, and it sounded like, and
Yes.
maybe again, I didn't hear you correctly. That,
Contaminate is also a good word.
but like the defilement came from like these men ogling at her. Was that where the defilement came from?
To some extent, I think that her social character has been defiled in some way. Yeah, I think that when people look at you, like if you are the kid that shits yourself in class, you are looked at differently than the kid who doesn't. I think if you are the woman who dresses a particular way, you are looked at differently than the woman who doesn't. Right? Your character, your reputation has been fundamentally changed.
So, pun. But okay, that changes the focus. So then she is defiling herself by wearing the clothing, or are those men defiling her by like checking her out?
I think that the defiling is happening when she's being observed, because if she was like naked in her room without anybody looking, nobody would care. And I wouldn't care, right? It's a private place. So it's obviously not the act of just simply being in a particular set of clothing. It is the social dynamic of exposing yourself to other people, them receiving that exposure, and then the conceptions that they come to in their mind, right? Like if I show up to court in sweatpants, as Ali brought up the example, my reputation as a lawyer has now fundamentally changed, right? People are going to be looking at me very differently than if I show up on time in a suit every single time, right? It looks different. The reputation is different. I think the exact same thing happens when it comes to the clothes you wear. If I wear swimming trunks to a bar, that's going to look differently, like in December. That's going to look different than if I show up like in a regular like polo and jeans. It's going to give a very different impression about the kind of person that I am. And I'll be frank with you, like a lot of this is based on like lived experience. But like if you are walking to a bar, or if you're out and like there's a woman who is incredibly scantily clad, like in terms of what she's wearing, and like there's like like a lot of tattoos, a lot of colored hair, a lot of like indicators, like I can predict with some level of certainty what kind of person she is, and I'm probably going to be right.
Well, hold on. So I think that so on that note in particular, I think that people can actively send messages with like what they're wearing. I think that's fair. I think that there's you know there are people who live alternative lifestyles, right? And they want to like display their personality. And so like they fall they put themselves in visual categories that you would expect of that, right? So and the same thing for like a lawyer, right? Like they want to put themselves in a certain visual category. I think that's fair, right? My problem with you isn't that people can send signals whether they want to or not. Is this idea of them being defiled, and then like because you specifically previously talked about how you should have the freedom to be looking at all these women, right? How it's very important and how it's ridiculous for Kelly Jean, assuming the story was, correct, how she was offended that people looked at her in such a manner.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you're saying that, well, it'd be okay if or it is like you are fine creating a world where this counts as a defilement, right? And engaging in this practice, right? Because as you said, there was two sides of the story. There's them wearing the dress, but then also men watching them and receiving it, right?
Yeah.
But like you are okay with creating a world where like men defile women in that way. And I specifically asked you just about observing, right? Not putting their hands on, but observing women and defiling them. But now when it becomes your daughter, that's different, right? So like the world that you've helped build this entire time before she was born, you're saying, well, that world is wrong when it comes to my child.
So to actually like engage in this briefly, I guess to like, I understand what you're saying. Where why is the blame entirely on the person purveying as opposed to the perceivers? Because the perceivers are the ones that are having their minds changed, and your reputation is really in the minds of all the perceivers that surround you. So why is it okay for people to perceive? But I think that like I think that it's just different on like a fundamentally qualitative level to blame perceivers as opposed to blame purveyors. I think that if you because when we're perceiving something that's placed in front of us, when you say no, you can't perceive that. You're asking us to take.
John, did you see the Pink Pony Club playing?
Oh, we can hear you, Admiral
Yeah,
Gibbs.
we hear you,
Oh, sorry.
Gibbs.
We can hear you, Gibbs.
I thought I
When
muted
we're-
myself.
You're good.
I
You're
thought
good. When we're asking somebody to like not perceive, I think we're asking for like something much more invasive. We're saying, don't look. You're not even allowed to look. Like you are here and you are observing the world in front of you, but you can't look at that. But when we're talking about purveyors, it's a much less of a invasive ask, right? It's don't like wake up in the morning and choose to purvey this particular thing, right? It would be like if somebody's stinky, instead of telling them to shower, well, just don't smell them. Well, not really, because I can't help but smell them. They are there. They are here. They
That
are
is a
put
bad
in front of me.
analogy.
No, it is. No, it's not a bad analogy. Like, what's the difference, right? If someone walks in front of me and they got their fucking tits out, how is it different than if they walk in front of me?
Are you
They
saying?
smell like shit.
Wait. Are you saying you have as much control over whatever odor molecules in the air as opposed to like your visual system?
Yeah, like an involuntarily like look. Absolutely. If it is like, oh shit, tits. Yeah, you've got complete control over that.
Anybody, and as I'm reasonably confident, the most women, okay, that are even at the gym wearing those outfits, don't have a problem with a glance or like, oh, if it's in your periphery or
They
if you happen.
do.
No, they don't. Absolutely not.
Wait, they do. There was a whole fucking gym gate thing that happened where like a lot of these women were like actually shamed because they were putting out all these videos. Yeah, I'm baiting for it and then shaming the men that quite literally just.
I'm not going to go with. I'm not
the
going to.
Messiah, Joey Swole, came down and started
I'm not
embarrassing.
going to go what's on social media, just because that might have just been set up to get like clout and attention. Because like there's a lot of attention to be had of calling these people out. Which these are bad actors. Okay, it's a quick way to get attention. Of like set up your camera and be like, oh, look at all these people looking at me, and then that generates controversy, and that just feeds the social media algorithm. So like speak to I'd say your average woman at the gym or even whatever. Do a poll, okay? I can first guarantee you, I bet pretty much all the money that I have that most of them have no problem with a glance or something, just happens across.
Yeah, the average woman at the gym isn't wearing booty shorts and the crop tops. The average woman at the gym is wearing biker shorts and a triple XL tee.
Even the ones that are wearing booty shorts.
But a glance is all that's needed to develop a reputation, right? If I'm walking down the street and I glance over and I see a naked woman, I'm not going to stare at her, okay? But just simply glancing over, I know I have an odds calculated basis here. I believe I know what kind of person this is.
Wait, hold on. Did you say that the
the
triple size shirt and the like booty, the biker shorts is a problem? Like, was that an issue?
No, I was saying that like the average girl or the average people that are out in the world, like to Prime's argument when he's saying you have no problem ogling or looking at girls, but when it comes to your daughter, it's a problem. That's because there's categories of people, and then the outfits that they wear are what they're putting themselves into. So the girls that are scantily clad at the gym, to Corey's point, don't mind being looked at, and therefore when we look at them, there's a judgment that's going to be passed. So when you have a daughter, right, or when you have a kid or someone even that's close to you, you don't want them to go into that category of person that's okay with being ogled. It's not so much that you're okay with every single person.
There are like
ogled.
degrees to this, though. Like, there's also like degrees to this, right? Like, and like to some extent, say you are at the gym, right? If like someone's walking around, they got like the shorts with the what are the yoga pants or the scrunch butt that like makes it all perky. Okay, that's one thing. Or if they have the volleyball shorts that are like yay big, that's one thing. But if they're walking around and they have like like a 4X t-shirt on, and
Yeah.
then they have volleyball shorts underneath it. Like, obviously, this person's not at the gym to be showing off their fat
Yeah.
ass. They're in there to be like doing some work. Like they're in
Yeah.
there, they got the universal "I'm here to work, don't talk to me" attire. Like I don't know, like I'm walking around with John Stockton shorts and a big ass t-shirt. I don't understand the difference. Like, what are y'all like?
Wait, no.
There's got to be
You,
like categories.
you
here like
you
this.
misheard me completely.
Okay, yeah, I
I
feel like
wasn't
there's
saying that was a
categories
problem.
on this.
Yeah. No, you misheard that completely. I wasn't saying that was a problem. I was saying
Okay,
like
I was just
the
I was just
average
making
girl,
sure.
like when we were talking about like the people that are being stared at or the people that are putting out this perception, it's not the average girl, because the average girl is not wearing these specific outfits. The outfits that people wear are uniforms that are representing what you are, what
By
you
the way,
feel like.
even the average girl gets like all gold, okay, and gets approached
Yeah,
at the
that,
gym,
I
and
mean,
gets harassed.
obviously, that's fine.
So I don't think Black you addressed what I was trying to say. Kelly Jean, again, from the story as I heard it, seemed to have a problem with like her being ogled on this on Tom's stream, right? And you're like, well, but we should be able to do that, right? Like I'm a man, and we should be able to do that, or whatever, right?
If it's obvious that the product that they're putting out is of that purpose, yeah.
Okay. And who also say that in both wearing the outfit and looking at a person wearing the outfit is as a form of defilement.
Okay.
Okay. So then
Well, hold on. The relationship, like the defilement is happening. I'm not necessarily saying like there's. I know the word defile implies some kind of like moral wrongness. So maybe like if we want to shift up that word, we can. But the reason why I'm using that word was first of all for comedic effect, but second of all, because I think the relationship there is it's giving people an impression about what kind of person this person is. And if you want to come across as somebody who's maybe more sexually open, maybe a little bit more, liberated, someone might say, maybe your intention is in line with your actions. But if you're somebody who, should be, if you're somebody who's more reserved, who is selecting partners or selecting people based on like other characteristics, and you don't want to attract the kind of people that are going to be, into that, which is what I would want in a son-in-law, then you wouldn't want to dress like that, right? And that would be my preference. I wouldn't want, if I ever have a daughter, I'd obviously want her to attract men that would be worth like her time and my time, as opposed to some men that wouldn't be worth our time.
I'll move off this point. I think I have more to say on it, but I'll move on that point for now. But there also this idea, and you touched on it just now, of attracting the wrong attention by like things that you wear. And I would say that like just as I agreed previously that you send certain signals by which you wear, like if you're wearing a three-piece suit or whatever those things are, right? It says something about you. Like if you're wearing like a ball dress or whatever, right? Like these things give off different signals. That's fair, but none of that saves women, right? Like this,
What do you mean by saves women?
So, it seems like your intention was that if my daughter is wearing these outfits, she will attract douches.
Yeah, she'd be definitely more likely to attract a douche. I would argue.
I'm saying that as a woman, she's going to attract douches. That
But
like
is she going to attract more or less douches depending on what she's wearing?
I don't think
Douche per minute ratio. I'm serious. No. Seriously,
Even
if she goes to a bar,
70-30 to 60-40, I mean,
exactly right. If she goes to the bar and she's wearing nothing but like a bra and like the skimpiest panties, is her douche per minute ratio going to be higher than if she's wearing like a full like jeans and a polo?
I'm saying that that there the circumstances that a person the clothing that they are wearing it changes their circumstances, right? If you walk into here's the thing you could do. All right, okay, let me just a quick story. It's about where I used to work. I used to work at a hospital, right? And I did IT. I've told you guys this many times before. Something so that when you go to a hospital wing, you'll find nurses sitting behind computers in a desk, right? And that on that desk there's sensitive information there, right? Just or on those computer screens, right? Which is why you stay on that side and we'll stay on this side, right? But if you want to get on that other side, just walk through there with confidence, right? If you just wanted to do
or bring food.
Yeah, or bring food.
Or carry a ladder. You can get anywhere if you can get in anywhere if you carry a ladder.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Especially if you swing it around hard enough.
I just was with a polo shirt and slacks, right? And I was supposed to have my badge on, but I never did. It's whatever, right? I would just not. And I would walk through, and I would just be standing behind there, just chilling out, touching computers and shit. And they'd be I guess he's supposed to be, because I walked there with confidence, right? I'd done this enough. I don't ask anyone's permission. I just hey, I'm here to do a thing, right? And all right, cool. Sometimes they would also, I was
Doesn't that
there
prove
doing.
Lactoid's argument though?
Hold on, but
That worked for all kinds of places. I used to go get backstage at concerts like that really easily.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had worked there during an election, and so they were collecting the ballots for the people who were on the floor, right? The hospital attendees, right? And several times they just handed me the ballots. They're oh, you're here for the ballots. Here you go. No, that's not.
We all function off of assumptions. We have to.
We judge and we assume.
So I hear you, right? I hear you, but I'm saying that doesn't save them. I think people make calculated judgments about how they want to present themselves, but that doesn't give anyone permission, of course, to treat them badly, which I know you already agree with, right? That doesn't give someone permission to treat them badly, but also but we add to this dynamic if we say that dressing this way means that she is open, right? Because that's not necessarily the signal that women are sending. Because you guys have been saying this entire time, right? That women dressing in a certain way, that means a certain thing, but that they're attracting male attention. You guys said it before, but not necessarily, right?
At least
women will tell you.
There might be a woman out there who's super autistic who just wants to show her titties out for no reason.
You're right.
For the attention of other people.
Right? It's for the attention of other people.
Women dress for themselves, right? Women will say hey, no, this is an outfit that I like. Hold on. It's not that women can't dress from another person.
Wrong.
Not that women can't dress from another person. That's obviously that does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't.
No,
happen.
I'm saying it's never happened once.
That's all they do is dress for other people. That's all anyone does.
Themselves.
All anyone does is dress for other people. Otherwise, yes.
I specifically don't dress for other people. I never dress for other people. I walk. When I go out,
That's
it's whatever
you
is
don't go
literally the most
outside
comfortable
and
thing.
We can't see your clothes.
Prime. I think that
I can't pry too much into your life and out you, but you 100% dress in order to have a certain perception from other people. It's subconscious. What do you mean?
Most
you're doing it.
We got a woman that wants
most women do. I don't think that even if you could find me women that don't.
You're just you have as much evidence as what I present here.
It's obvious. It's obvious.
It's obvious to me then too. It's obvious. The opposite is obvious.
Wait. Okay, I understand that technically the logic applies both ways. But Prime, I'm trying to reach you on a human level here. Do you really think that most women, when they put on clothes, I mean, that's what they fucking talk about with each other. They talk about like, does this make me look this way? How does this make me look? What are they referring to when they ask somebody else, how does this make me look?
Most women on most days are going to work. Right, most women would you agree with that statement?
Why do they wear? Yes. And
why do they wear makeup?
Yes. Why do they wear makeup? Why do they wear certain clothes to go to work?
There is
always a particular perception that they want to provide at the workplace.
Both, it's not one or the other. It's never one or the other. It's always both. That's the thing. If
it's both, my point still stands.
Yeah, they decided to dress like that for them, but the reason that people upkeep or dress in any way at all is because they want
no
social pressure.
Oh, sorry. Well,
we're not dressing like we're in like the 1600s, right? We're dressing like we're in the late 20,000s because that's what everybody else is wearing. We want to wear what everybody else is wearing. We want to fit into the styles. The styles are going to be according to what the opposite sex likes, and so they all follow trends.
Not always the opposite sex. They're same genders, and
this is why they're wearing super short shorts.
Go ask a female to come give an opinion on this and see if they wear clothes for other people. Right here, should we do that? Here, you're perfect.
That's not the standard. That's not the standard.
Wait. Give fine. Let Gibbs bring in the women. I want to hear them.
You're silencing a woman.
I want to hear.
Okay.
When you go
on the panel and then silence.
All right. Let him ask the question.
Take care of the dog real quick. But yeah, we'll ask her right here. Hey, when you go to the club or you go out, if you pick an outfit out, do you wear it just because you look pretty, or are you wearing it because there's potentially other people putting their eyes on you? Both.
I'm obviously single. One, I want to look good. Two, I'm obviously single, so I kind of want to attract someone because I'm kind of ready, but at the same time, so it's a little bit of both, honestly.
Right. Hold on. I don't think you presented this in an honest manner. One thing.
Okay. What do you want me to ask it specifically? Give me the exact question you asked.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right.
Here, why don't you just ask her?
Mic her up right now. Get her on camera. Interrogate her about her style choices.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. Nice to meet you, wherever you may be.
No one in camera.
Okay. So, what I want to ask is, on your day-to-day life, right? Not the club specifically, because the club is a specific environment that people go for a specific reason, right?
Right.
But when you're walking around, are you and you're doing errands or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Are you dressing for other people, or are you dressing for yourself?
I'm dressing for myself. I really don't care what I kind of look like when I'm out, only when I'm at a bar or club or somewhere nice. But when I'm out,
you go to work
really
looking
care.
like trash?
Okay, that's work. I'm
a
med tech.
You go to the grocery store. You go to the grocery store looking like trash.
And what does she wear?
100%. I'm wearing right now leggings and just a tank top.
Okay.
And I was running errands today, so.
All for attention, I'm sure.
All for attention, apparently. But yeah,
no.
But so my point is simply that women have different reasons to wear the things that they do. It was a convention of these guys that women are wearing it for men's attention, or maybe women's attention. They happen to be gay, but that's
all for the male gaze.
Yeah,
honestly, I feel like asking a woman is the worst thing you could do to get an honest answer.
Because she was going to say
she's not going to admit that she wants to attract a guy's attention. Okay,
a club and bar, yes, but I'm shopping, grocery store. Hell no, I'm going to buy food and getting the hell out. I don't have time to be talking to guys.
Okay, now I know you're no woman ever goes to a grocery store and just gets the thing she's going to get and walks out. No woman ever does that at any store ever.
It's an unfalsifiable claim. Then who are you gonna? You're just.
That is physically impossible for a woman to do.
It's not physically impossible because I do it. That doesn't mean all the girls are the same. I just don't look for attention like that. But everyone's different. You never know. There's some girls who are different.
Over doing a ventriloquist.
All the same. She's lying. Every one of them.
You're crazy.
Well, thank you for your insight on this. I appreciate it.
Yes.
It's really helpful.
Why is Lactoid's face so red?
I just want to point out it's fucking wait. It's fucking hilarious, by the way. That while he's streaming, while he's on a panel, Gibbs just has a woman who identifies as single
yeah,
hanging around. Oh, We got a woman over here. What's your opinion? Like, what the fuck? Gibbs, how?
Don't worry about it, all right? Don't worry.
Like, you're a lawyer with a motorcycle, brother. What are you doing?
This Gibbs has so much fucking game. Like, I don't know how he does it. It's incredible. It's incredible.
You should have the same level of game, brother.
I need to learn.
Just sit there. I'm just sitting here.
Ali, you don't have this. Nobody here has this but Gibbs. Nobody here can just be like, oh, a single woman.
I'm just not single right now. So that's just not true. Since
You have the right now.
Totally different situation.
But hold up, Gibbsy, I got a question.
His wife's over here watching it. Hey, you better not.
And I wanted to ask both of you. I wanted to ask both of you, but she had the headphones. She looks bad right now, or she looks good? Leggings and a tank top.
Or does she look bad?
She's a very good girl. Yeah. I don't have ugly friends.
That's what I'm saying. So like, yeah, even okay, even when you're just wearing leggings and a tank top, it's not a trashy leggings and a tank top. It's specific leggings, nice tank top. It's gonna accentuate all features and all doodads. So when they say like, oh, no, I don't want the attention, bullshit.
It's just the point of like, no matter more or less, unless you're wearing the burqa, you're going to pretty much like.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to wear the burqa. Nobody wants to wear that.
That's part of the point. Is that that the styles that they're going to be wearing are things that are designed to be attractive in the first place, and so it's always both. That's the point. Is that even like
I got the best argument.
Very tight things that I love looking at women in leggings and a tank top. That's one
I just thought of this. Prime, when you see, let's say on Twitch, a woman who's in a hot tub and like is wearing incredibly skimpy clothing.
Yeah.
Is she doing that just for herself? Realistically.
No, hold on.
Whoa. She's just comfortable in a hot tub. She's just comfortable in a bikini in a hot tub. That's where she feels most. She just likes bubbles. She's just a bubbly girl.
You guys were erecting a straw man immediately with my argument. My argument wasn't that women can't dress for attention and they don't. I said that at the very start, correct? That like yes, they absolutely do. That and they had their reasons to do so. And if part of that reason is to make money, they absolutely fucking will, right? As you've seen, Twitch is the best example. Indeed, right? Like, so I acknowledge all that.
No, I think they're just wearing that for themselves. I think.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna read a commenter, right? Boo. It seems to be a woman, so I'm just gonna assume you are. Hello, Chai Bunny, baby. That sounds.
Chai's
like
a woman. That's one of the homies. She came over here saying we need women on the panel, and so I was like, I got one, Chai. We'll get you taken care of.
Okay. Well, hello, Chai. Thanks for being here. She says, I do my makeup at work for my own confidence because I'm more friendly when I'm confident. When I love this comment, because you guys asked about the makeup, right? Well, they're doing it for guys. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Why does she feel more confident with makeup on?
Blows your mind.
Because she's better. Because they look better.
Let me meet you. Let me meet you. I brush my teeth because of other people.
Okay? I trim my. Listen. I trim my beard. I trim my beard. I trim my beard only for me.
It's not
because I
but hold on. She also said in my chat. She said if I'm wearing a if I go to a club and I'm wearing a hot ass outfit, I know men will come up to me. Versus if I'm wearing a t-shirt, I'm less likely to be hit on. And so she knows the difference.
Yes. Hold on. And the next sentence is, I want to go back to the makeup thing in a second, but like in the next sentence she says, if I'm at the grocery store looking for a man, you'll find me in the meat department in a summer dress.
The meat department.
The meat department. That's interesting. Okay, fair enough.
That's a code word, by the way, Prime. That's a code word.
For
penis? Okay, great. Thank you.
The Prime Kai's panel is the meat department. That's what she's saying. I'm flirting with you.
True.
She said it would also be a higher end grocery store like Whole Foods. She's looking for a wealthy man. Fair enough. But no. So she's saying that when she has the purpose of looking for a partner, then she dresses that way. Yes, if she wants to attract male attention, a good place to do that would be at the club, which is why I didn't ask Gibbs's friend about the club, right? Of course, when at the club, that's what they're doing. So, what most women are doing.
That's where they dress the skimpiest.
That's where they dress indeed.
So they dress skimpy. Indeed. Okay, isn't it telling that like when they want male attention, they dress skimpy? And when they don't want men's attention, they don't dress skimpy. What then does skimpy clothing telegraph?
No.
If they dress skimpy when they want male's attention.
Skimpy isn't enough for this conversation. Because there's all kinds of outfits that are attractive, right? That can attract sexual attention. From other people. It isn't simply being skimpy. Like your imagination is limited to the square.
That doesn't change what I said. It doesn't change what I said. Well, she said that she dresses skimpy.
What it said. I didn't.
Yeah, but what? Listen. Remember, we've got to listen to women here, okay? When she said that she dresses skimpy when she wants male attention, that indicates something. That indicates that skimpiness is associated with male attention.
I also want to
I agree with you. What's that guy?
I just
Gibbs, no, sir. Does she dress skimpier at the club?
Because I think if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but she said that
that's what she just said in the chat.
Did she say skimpy? Because I didn't hear that in the when it was.
She said hot ass outfit. I mean.
Well, yeah. So that doesn't necessarily mean skimpy per se.
Oh, okay. No. Her hot ass outfit, is that like a full like ankle length dress? I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think you're dressed like Mother Teresa in a hot ass outfit. Let me just tell you that.
She said if I'm at the grocery store looking for a man, you'll find me in the meat department in a summer dress. But otherwise, no. That's so specifically there.
A summer dress.
Yeah, summer dress. Summer dresses can be really hot. So I'm saying, first of all, your outfit, your idea of sexy is limited because, again, you're thinking about the square footage of skin showing. Okay, great. There's more to it than that in the first place.
Dresses show a lot of skin.
But
it accentuates the features as well.
Accentuates the yes.
And it's never mind. I'm not going to say that.
God. So I'm just trying to expand your mesh, and I don't blame you for thinking of this because I used to think of the same way, right? I think every man starts.
You've risen above this, Prime.
I like boobs, and I'm seeing boobs, and so these boobs must be for me, right? Self-evidently, this things must be was this the intelligent design thing, right? Well, there's oxygen in this world, and there's light. There's a star, right? All these things were created for me, right? Or else they wouldn't be.
Well, what if you found out? What if you found out that oxygen, like the person who, let's say, the creation of oxygen was done, right when humans needed it? That'd be a little bit telling, wouldn't it?
That
human beings, yeah. So, right when she wants male attention, she dresses in a skimpier outfit.
Oh my God!
Interesting.
Lactoid. You're lost.
What a coincidence!
Lactoid, you're lost. You're lost. Because once again, I'll say it for you slowly, Lactoid. Of course, women can dress for men's attention or women's attention, whatever, for a romantic partner's attention. Obviously, they can do that. No one's denying that. Why are you bringing it up? It doesn't matter.
No. Because I'm saying the fact that you admitted that makes my initial point, valid, which is I wouldn't want my daughter to dress this way because I don't want her attracting the kind of men that would be attracted to a scantily clad woman. I want her to attract the kind of man that would be attracted to a very, promising prospect.
What men are only attracted to women in skimpy outfits, right? Is there a man out there who's only attracted?
No. They're more attracted. They're more attracted to a woman in skimpy outfits.
Yeah. What man isn't?
Remember, we're talking about douche per minute ratio. Remember?
No. You're attracted to women in skimpy outfits. We've already established this. They're always drawing your eye. Men are. Agreed. What I just said.
Yes. You're right. But non-douchey men are more attracted to women that are not dressed scantily, as opposed to douchey men, right? You are controlling for a better subsect of men.
You're more open to it.
No, you're not.
Yes. Look, I went to college.
Men
I know frat guys.
Attractive women. Men, look, if your imaginary daughter, who's 18, to be clear, we're talking about an 18.
Yeah.
and biological, that's clear too.
Yeah.
How long
we're talking about 18 hypothetical woman.
2 weeks or she busted? How old are we talking?
What'd you say, DB? Sorry.
How 18 is she?
I don't want you guys drooling over my hypothetical daughter. Okay, this sounds
how long she been 18? She 18 in 2 weeks, or is she 18 in 6 months? Busted. How old is she?
She's over 18, Doobie.
Okay.
Thank God.
Not interested anymore. Is that?
Took a very dark turn very quickly.
Well, I know that when Lactoid hears 18, he feels like if she's like just an inch under 19 years old, she's been run through by all the guys are going after the slutty woman, and he no longer wants her. Lactoid's like he's like fucking Leonardo DiCaprio, but for like 19-year-olds.
Absolutely not.
You're not trad. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about like my hypothetical daughter. I'm not going to date my own daughter. What the fuck?
No, she's not.
Hold
on. You don't think you're the wholesome traditional men that you're trying to get to fuck your daughter wouldn't want her if she were like 25?
No. I would not want men to do to my daughter what I might do to a woman. Okay? Obviously.
Specifically an 18-year-old woman.
Of course. Or older.
Or older.
Okay? That makes sense?
Does that make you guys uncomfortable?
Why would that make me? What the fuck? Is this
a Olympic topic now?
Is this not? Wait, Doobie. What did I say that was incorrect?
I just thought it was weird that Prime. I mean, I think most of us here are over 21, right? Lactoid, I think you're like close to 30. Maybe you're like a 25-year-old with like a 45-year-old's brain. So I don't know how old you are exactly, but it's kind of weird to go specifically to an 18-year-old.
You brought up 18. I didn't even bring up 18.
Brian brought up 18.
I just think the barely legal things.
Okay. If my daughter,
when it was said,
I perked up because I perked up a little bit because I'm like, where the fuck is he going? No, because I'm like, where the fuck is he going with this? Okay, let's make it more realistic. Let's get rid of this disgustingness that you're providing, Doobie. Let's say a 20. Yeah. Let's say a 24-year-old Lactoid's daughter, and she's hot and buxom as, of course, she would be. Okay, I would not want her to be wearing clothing that would lead to a higher douche per minute attraction ratio than if she wore clothing that would lead to a lower douche per minute attraction ratio. And I would do multiple efforts. Not only would I dictate that she not wear, if she wants any part of my will, clothing that would attract higher douches, but I would also educate her on how to stay away from douches. How should she be only going for men that would, be nice to her and give her money. That shit like that.
Douches are never nice.
You're gonna teach her all about DP, right? Douche permanence. Make sure you teach her a lot about DP.
Douches never spend money in the beginning.
I don't know why you agree with me on this. You wouldn't want your daughter walking around butt naked. Yeah, you wouldn't want your daughter walking around naked, would you?
How old is she?
25.
Well, then
Oh, God!
Yeah.
What the fuck? This is disgusting.
I feel like we're progressive enough. The Olympics has demonstrated this. We're in a modern enough society that it's okay for women to have different lifestyles. And if they want to walk around nude, then hey, as long as they're comfortable, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Doobie, like message received. We'll move on. All right, Doobie. But just before we do, I just want to let Tom know this is completely his fault. This conversation. We were actually talking about you. Apparently,
Tom, we were talking about you jerking off to Kelly Jean on stream. I defended you, by the way. I think it's totally fine.
I also think it's fine, by the way.
You were Team Tom.
I will, as I said numerous times, I will continue. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, we all rallied to your defense, though, to be clear. We actually all rallied to your defense there. Shout out to you, buddy. All right, we'll move on to the actual topic.
Somehow, what is it, like 7 months later, this is still a thing following me around. So
I didn't know about it, so like
the internet, well, you don't know anything on the internet, Prime.
That's true. I don't know.
Prime, you're like allergic to like
Prime hosts a panel on the internet
on like any like current event like that's like cultural and not like nerd shit. Like you have no fucking idea what's going on.
Or political.
Yeah, but that's important. Yeah, he's got the right idea. He cares about the nerd stuff and the political stuff, and who gives a shit about this other bullshit?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about
I bet you don't even know if Boogie has cancer.
Who's Boogie?
Exactly. Look at Prime's face. He has no idea what I'm talking about.
What's cancer?
Gibbs just proved why he has single women hanging around his room.
I don't know who
with that one question.
Okay. Well, yes. I don't know who these people are.
Is that like isn't that the ghost from like the night before the Christmas Boogie? Like
Oh,
he's like in a
some
burlap
fat
sack.
guy,
Oogie Boogie. That's a different guy.
Oh, okay.
big
Okay.
dude on the internet with Keemstar, Lolcow, or whatever.
Oh,
That guy.
wait a minute, hold on.
Oh.
Actually, no. I saw a video because it was at CoffeeZilla. I'm subscribed to CoffeeZilla.
Yup.
I know
Yeah,
CoffeeZilla.
yeah. And he was and his second channel on his second channel, he was talking about this biggie person and saying that he faked having cancer. That's the only reason I know about him. Yeah, fair enough.
Allegedly.
But I subscribed to
I
CoffeeZilla
got
because it was
confirmed.
talking about people who are tangentially political, like SBF, right? And his whole takedown. So, all right. Anyway, right. All right. Hello all. This is Reverie Roundtable. It's redo Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. And, I won't bother introducing you at first. Let's just hit up the topic and you guys introduce yourself as we go along. But yeah, I've been enjoying the content so far, right? And what we've given you. Consider supporting the channel by subscribing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Or if you're on YouTube land, consider becoming a member, YouTube member, or using a super chat. We'll read your super chat. I've been keeping track. It's literally the moment I look away, right? The moment I look away, then there's like 5 super chats, like, but and then when I read them, they're already gone, right? The people they're pissed, immediately. So I am watching right now. So if you want a super chat, right, and we will respond to it, then please submit that. We could appreciate the support. Topic. At this year's opening Olympic ceremony, there was a fashion show that included a troupe of drag performers. Some of the performers recreated the famous Da Vinci painting of Jesus' Last Supper. This has caused international outrage as some believe that this was religious mockery. The organizers have apologized and stated their intentions were to be inclusive and kind. Was this display problematic? Do you consider it mockery? Should it not have been included? Also, the discussion about this incident has brought up the idea that mocking Islam instead would result in violent outcomes. Is that fair to say? Is this stereotyping Muslims? And even if this notion is true, does that mean Muslims are better at defending their faith? Okay, so lots of things to add to this topic since I wrote it. Like that have come up afterwards. So first of all, yeah, like if you didn't watch that part of the opening ceremony, there was just it was literally like the sideshow to a fashion show that was happening, but they had like these performers and they were getting in positions like doing certain poses to evoke certain imagery. And one of them appeared to many to be the Last Supper, right? And people took outrage to that. However, after that, specifically Da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper. However, after that, the director of this event is claiming that it wasn't the Last Supper at all. In fact, it was a picture including the god Dionysus, and there was a very large man who was playing Dionysus like on stage as well. So there might be some validity to this statement. There's some other evidence that might be the case, but it doesn't negate the fact that there was a freak out about this, like an international freak out about this moment in time. So I do want to examine that, and like even if it's not the case, so I presented that evidence to a Christian, and they didn't believe it that indeed it was the Last Supper, and they're lying about this. Okay, so there's that. But beyond that, like, is there something to be said about how reactionary Christians can be in defending their faith? And is that a good thing? So I think there's still plenty to talk about here. We'll start with our friend Lactoid, work our way around.
Start with a couple statements. First of all, they should absolutely have the right to do this, right? As a private organization. I think Islam would absolutely take this differently, right? I think that's pretty clear. We saw what happened in France when the prophet is depicted. with Charlie Hebdo. And I don't believe, really. I mean, I'll remain skeptical. I think that there was a reference to the Last Supper there. It definitely seems a bit too close for comfort. But ultimately, I care less about that, and I care more about the fact that, like, I've got like color phobia a little bit, where like clowns kind of bother me, and I'm sorry, but drag queens like have that exact same effect. It's not trans people. I think arguably drag queens are somewhat offensive to trans people to some extent, but like the actual like over get up is genuinely a little bit. It invokes like feelings of disgust, and so it's not something that I would enjoy, and I don't like it that it's kind of coming into a lot of different forms of media, and I know that some people might think, well, just do it enough and then eventually get over it, but I guess that transition will be particularly painful.
Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, so it absolutely I like looks just like the Dionysus paintings. As a resident follower of Dionysus, I feel like I'm qualified to speak on that. It even looks like the Roman Bacchus paintings. They're very similar. They look it's pretty much identical. I believe them. It would make sense to have something Greek, where the Olympics were founded at the Olympics. I kind of feel like that one kind of goes hand in hand with that. I don't know. I feel like it was maybe it did look less suppery, but once it was explained, the paintings were shown next to each other. It's like, oh, they're even doing the hand motion. Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to like deny it, whatever I'm saying. But yeah, I think that the reaction would have been different. We saw with Charlie Hebdo that the Islamic people took out, what they thought was offensive. We've even seen South Park not even be willing to show Muhammad on there, because even they're like, sus. Family Guy, same thing. They kind of like skirted around it. It's pretty clear what the reaction is. And I think this is actually a good thing. I think Christians need to bring back the Crusades, and they'd get more shit done.
You're great, Admiral Gibbs. Corey, please.
Well, speaking of the Olympics and clothing, I think we should go back to how the Olympics were originally competed in, with, I believe, no clothing whatsoever. It's the true spirit of the Olympics.
The opposite sex too.
Take your clothes off,
exactly.
Corey. Take your clothes off, Corey.
Well, if it wouldn't get Prime banned, I'd have no problem with it.
It wouldn't. You're a male. What? You're a male on Twitch. You'll be fine.
No, you're right. It would.
Ah.
I mean, with enough money, I'll do it. Not a problem for me. But yeah, I'd be curious if it's the same position of all the female track and field stars. They're just in their attire all for male attention. But regardless, to the actual topic at hand, okay, I haven't done much research on the depiction. I just saw a couple of pictures. Whether it's the actual Last Supper or not, or Dionysus, doesn't really matter to me. I mean, as far as, I'm not an expert on the Last Supper, but from what I can tell, it's not owned. The idea or concept itself is not owned by Christians. Where whatever, it's Leonardo da Vinci, and they painted it. So like, it's not, arguably, it's not a strictly religious piece of property, and so it should be, just like anything, open to mockery. I don't consider it problematic, and doesn't really matter to me. And I'm actually glad that it was included. And I guess Lactoid's point, although I'm speculating, I don't actually know for sure, but I have strong suspicions to believe that probably, if the same sort of religious depiction in a Muslim fashion probably would not be received or be received even more poorly than what's currently happening with the Christians. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Ali.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was Dionysus, but like, Gibbs, is Dionysus painted as blue? Because I saw a couple videos saying that was more like Vishnu or like any of the Greek or Hindu deities more than Dionysus. So does that have any validity?
I don't know on that part. I mean, I know that he likes grapes and wine and madness and tits. So I mean,
yeah, but the painting
all those
would be relatively specific.
In the painting, I mean, on the Roman one, the Bacchus one, I think it was. I posted the photos. Like one of them did have some blue in it. I don't remember which one it was, but yeah.
Well, obviously, I think people should be able to say whatever they want.
Yeah. So yeah.
I don't want
definitely
any.
got those.
I wouldn't want any violent retaliation. What happened to Charlie Hebdo was horrific. I actually ended up buying the second edition with the Just Sweet Charlie, the second one that they bought, because I think it's good to protest though. I think if you are religious and you hold these convictions true and you see something that is like mocking your people, I think at the very least get up and protest. But what I don't see that happening. What I see happening is an immediate retaliation to like Islam. It's the same people that say all Muslims are a threat to the West, blah blah blah, that then go and like pretty much praise the Muslims for standing up for their religion. I think that was super funny. The dichotomy of seeing that like argument online. But I do actually think it was a mockery of the Last Supper. That was a pretty specific, like everyone was standing in a pretty specific way. The centerpiece being like the head was glowing. It looked like the sun was behind it. And I do think Christians should have taken offense to it, because I think that was like the purpose of it, especially with France being so like anti-religious. Right? I think it had something to say. The drag queens, I don't really have much to say other than like, obviously, I don't think a majority of people would have enjoyed that. And I think that it's a minority of people that you're appeasing with this. And I think that's a really like weird route to take with like an international event. Like, I think that was like a really like weird, and obviously the backlash that came from it proved me right with that. And, but yeah.
Doobie.
So I actually don't believe that it's not meant to depict the Last Supper. I think it's pretty clear and obvious that it is meant to depict that. And they pulled a similar thing with the horse person on the lake riding across water.
Yeah.
People are saying, "Oh, this is the pale horseman. It's meant to be like one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse." And then in response, I said, "Oh, actually, no. This is meant to be the goddess of the lake. I'm sorry, the goddess of the river." And which is like a really fucking obscure reference, first off, but I couldn't find anywhere where that goddess was shown riding a horse, like ever. So like I don't know why the fuck they'd have her riding a horse across the water, right? So that's really weird. But yeah, so I think that's bullshit. I think that it was clearly a dig at Christianity, and if it's not a dig at Christianity, the other option is that it is like this Dionysus thing, which is literally like a god of hedonism, which is like I think the exact wrong message to send if you want to be inclusive or like pro trans or pro LGBT or whatever the fuck. You probably don't want to associate that with straight up like hedonism, like debauchery and degeneracy and hedonism, which is literally what that god is, right? It's a god of like ritualistic madness and shit. So like I don't know why the fuck they thought it was a good idea to associate LGBT stuff with that specifically. I don't know why they had like a specific LGBT like display at the Olympics in the first place. Especially like the drag queens and shit, which is like a very like niche subculture thing in every country that it's in. I don't know why the fuck they decided to put that on the national stage with children right next to them when they're wearing all the suggestive clothing and dancing suggestively. I thought it was a really fucking stupid idea. And yeah, I do think that Muslims would react much more harshly, I think, but I think they should react harshly. I think it's reasonable to react harshly. And I think what's interesting is that somewhere over the last like I don't know, the last few decades, Christianity has become the religion that it's safe to fuck with, to mock, and to make jokes about, and to like do like straight up like blasphemy against their like holy symbols and shit. Like, they had that really famous display of like a piss Christ, which was really just a crucifix in a bottle of. I can't think of any. The mainstream culture would be okay with that happening too. If that happened to Islam, it'd be called racism. It'd be called like some like anti like Islamophobe like display. God forbid it's done to Judaism. I can't think of a single time ever it's been okay to mock Judaism publicly. So like I think that they go after Christianity because it is a dominant religion in the West, and because Christians tend not to react violently. They'll protest for a bit, maybe they'll boycott for a little bit, then they'll shut up and go away. So I think that, and to be clear, I'm not even religious, right? So this isn't about me thinking that their holy symbol should be respected in the first place. It's just really, really like, I think it's shallow. I think it's weak. I think it's stupid. You're putting on an event for the entire planet. People from every country are going to watch. And many of those countries are full of religious people. Why the fuck would you attack religion during that thing? Like, it's just a ridiculous thing to do. The whole thing was ridiculous. The whole like display from start to finish was ridiculous. It also had like a decapitated Marie Antoinette singing like a song praising the French Revolution from like the windows of one of these like castles or whatever near the river. Also really fucking weird, really fucking stupid. And it wasn't even like she was like, oh, decapitated in an artful way. No, her head literally looked like it was like the neck was like meat. It was like meat and bone. It looked gross. I don't know why the fuck they would show that and promote that as like a symbol for their culture or something. Really, really stupid.
With
display.
like death metal right after and flames.
Yeah. And like blood colored streamers and shit flying out. Like it's really, I don't know why the fuck they thought it was a good idea. So yeah, I think the whole thing's stupid. I think that and I do think, to be clear, that it is a dig at Christianity.
Okay. Tom.
Yeah, I'm not religious. I grew up a Christian though, and I was very religious when I first started coming around these spaces, and my family, all my friends were religious, so I still have a soft spot for Christianity. And like most of the time when I look at things, I'm still very easily able to look at things the way that I know they would. And I don't think it's wrong for them to do this if that's what they want to do, if they want to be offensive to Christians, if they want to if they want to be hyperbolic, that's fine. But I don't like pretending like they don't know what they're doing afterwards, or apologizing afterwards and be like, oh, sorry, this wasn't our intention. I have a really hard time believing that, though I don't know if it was the Paris people, and Paris is not a very religious place. Maybe they are so disconnected from religious people to the point that they actually have no idea what it is that they would think about something like that or how they would see it. But yeah, like to me, if you want to do it, that's fine. Just own it and say like, yeah, that's what we were doing. It's meant to be a parody of some sort of Christian depiction. But from what I can tell, I would say it does seem as though, like, as far as proportionalities go, Muslims are violent in a number of ways, not just like a terrorism or something like that, but more so if I hear Destiny or Sneeko or some streamer say something about Muslims that would be offensive, they go another month afterwards talking about how they're getting death threats, how they're getting tons of people in their inbox, that their Twitter replies are filled with Muslims, saying that they're going to kill them or sending them pictures of guns or shit like that. Whereas they all do pretty consistently say things that are going to be offensive to Christians, and they don't seem to get the same backlash. They don't seem to get the same reactions or death threats or anything like that. It seems to be a pretty big part of Islam, and would seem to be like something that seems to be a norm. But when I go and look up studies that would tell me some sort of proportionality when it comes to violence or terrorism or anything like that, I can never find anything. All I get are, this is how much Muslims are depicted in media as being violent, or this is how often, this is polling on how many people in the UK think that Muslims are violent or stuff like that. That's all I get. I get, kind of just thought processes on these things and never real studies that give me numbers or statistics that'll give me something more concrete. So I'm not sure what it is in reality, but I know that that's just based on anecdotal experiences. That's the impression that I get.
Okay. Open to the panel.
I want to say it is interesting that it's Dionysus, right? Dionysus is one of these precursor gods that people relate to Jesus, right? Like Osiris. There's like a bunch of parallels between Dionysus and Jesus. Jesus both have a divine father and mortal mother. Both were twice born. Both were sacrificed. Both died and resurrected. Wine symbolizes the blood. There's a whole bunch of other stuff. I think it's interesting they chose Dionysus, who is like basically the embodiment of hedonism, like Doobie said. And Dionysus' colors are purple and green, and if you look at the float, they have purple and green surrounding the blue person, who's like, I guess maybe a representation of wine. I don't know. It's the kind of thing. I can see them saying it was Dionysus from the beginning, based off like some of the other stuff in their little performance. But it is interesting that they're so close related to Jesus when it comes to Dionysus. I don't know.
You said that, and just for clarification, In our group DM, he said that the Olympic Committee or whoever, right? In their Twitter feed, they had posted about the Dionysus painting. Was this before the outrage or after?
This is after they said, "Oh, well, I think that I don't know what the Olympic Committee said. The director said that, and the Olympic Committee said something along the lines of pagan something. I don't remember exactly what. It's in the articles I posted. I don't know. I didn't memorize it, to be fair. But
yeah, yeah. Anyone else want to jump in?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it seems to matter to some people in terms of establishing whether it's the Last Supper or this Dionysus depiction. Why does it, even if it was the Last Supper pushing to the extreme, why does that matter? Why can't you parody or mock? Do Christians actually have ownership on
I mean, isn't the Olympics supposed to bring people together?
Exactly. Yeah, it's an event meant to bring the world together, right? To celebrate human excellence, right?
For sport performance.
Yeah, human excellence in sport performance, right? And
so you can still compete.
Sure. Okay. But
if you have the money,
given it's an event meant to bring the world together, it doesn't make any sense to include this extremely divisive shit in the opening ceremony. I don't know how this makes it doesn't even make sense. I mean, yeah, they're French, but there are plenty of religious people in France who would also be offended by this. And we're offended by this.
I'm curious.
Should religious people be mocked openly, and especially by governments and in such an international stage?
I'm not philosophically opposed to it. I'm curious, were you opposed to? Most of the
should I would flip it around. What if it was the LGBT community or any of these communities that were being mocked instead? Right? Should they be mocked openly on stage by governments in an international light?
I'm not necessarily philosophically, but obviously you'd have to unpack what you mean by mock. But yeah, I'm not philosophically opposed.
They had a skit about a guy who was really, really horny, really wanted to go watch kids piss, and so he pretended to be a woman to get into the woman's restroom. What if there was a skit centered around that, right? How funny it was that this guy would pretend to be a woman to get into the woman's restroom. I think most rational people would see this as absolutely an attack on LGBT people, especially, specifically trans people, and they might have a really big fucking problem with that, and it'd be reasonable for them to have a problem with that. I don't think that's obviously, yeah. I think this ceremony is meant to again bring people together. For some reason, they chose to include this really divisive shit, and I think that the way that they did it doesn't even make sense if they're trying to support this be inclusive to LGBT people or whatever the fuck, because you're literally associating them with the god of hedonism. Well, it was a dude fucking in blue paint for some fucking reason with his little dick on barely covered by a strip of cloth. Why the fuck would you do that in front of and having children right next to these people? Right? Why I don't know if you're if you want to be inclusive LGBT activist person, why the fuck would you associate them with this? They've been trying for years to disassociate from the idea that they're all just hedonistic degenerate fucks, right? So it doesn't even make sense. If that's what you're trying to do.
Well, I actually don't. Like I said, I will fully admit that not the most informed on the whole rationale of the project and the depiction. So I don't know the full thought process of what they were actually thinking of. For all I know, it was just the most simplest decision of yeah, this looks whatever, something we can put on as a show. I'm that's it. I don't know how much thought goes into all these events, and I'm sure I don't actually know, but I'm assuming also at some point the IOC had to have some sort of approval for it, but I'm totally speculating.
It's a whole production. That's international. You'd assume there's some type of supervision or some type of planning that goes into these things,
right?
And auditions or rehearsals and
so. I'm curious, Doobie. Did you find it, let's say, controversial when, let's say, I believe Russia held the Winter Olympics? Do you think that was divisive?
What happened in the Winter Olympics?
Well, I think at the time there was there's a lot of controversy around Russia historically, at least contemporarily, and so it's many people were opposed. Why would the IOC ever choose to?
I can see why that would be a problem in China too, right?
China hosted the Olympics, so it's are you philosophically opposed to that? It's isn't that divisive? We're celebrating communism here. Were you opposed to that, Lactoid?
No, I don't think that's true, right? So unless they had some kind of thing specifically celebrating communism within the performance, and I don't think they did. I think I remember watching the Chinese opening ceremony.
Well, we can argue that just holding is an endorsement of communism.
Yeah, well, I disagree with that. Right? I think that's ridiculous. I think that what the Olympics is meant to be or at least what it's kind of morphed into over time, is like the one thing where the world can come together, right? And yeah, we're in competition with each other, but we're in competition with each other in a way that doesn't involve violence, right? We're kind of celebrating, okay, here's the best of our nation. We're going to send them forward to compete against the best of your nation, and we're going to give each other medals to celebrate how wonderful all it is that we can come together. So I think so long as they're
Eric Rudolph shows up.
Did China have pro-communist shit at the
I
Olympics?
don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they did. I mean, that's a big difference. Though,
If they did, I'd have the same criticism. By the way,
yeah, but like even like Nazi Germany hosted the Olympics at one point, right? But like, and I don't know how much propaganda they put out off the top of my head, but like having controversial countries host it isn't the same as like your opening ceremony being an outright like mockery or like an in your face like we're endorsing these values. It should be like, I mean, even with the Chinese one, it was like a nebulous like, yeah, everybody come together, we're here for everybody, like we're accepting, let's all come together for these sports. It wasn't like yeah, that's what it seemed like.
What if North Korea hosted the Olympics and their opening ceremony was Kim Il Sung being born on the mountain from a virgin birth because that's what they believe, and then he turned a pine cone into a grenade because they believe that, and then he threw the grenade and blew up an American tank, and you see the American tank in flames and the American soldier burning.
That'd be based as fuck. I would watch.
That'd be awesome, actually.
Oh, okay,
I would definitely watch.
Really.
I wouldn't even be mad. I'd be like, they got some fucking balls.
Okay, I would oppose this. I would say this is not the time and place to be putting forward this message.
But they weren't. But they actually weren't. They actually weren't trying to be extremely divisive. They were trying to be inclusive, right? Like it's including. The problem is that trans people were, or sorry, not trans, drag individuals,
drag queens,
yes,
specifically a performance.
It was exclusionary to cisgendered people. If they were being inclusionary.
No, drag queens are not necessarily trans. It's a performance.
Yeah. It's but like people. But let's be honest, people associate drag queens with trans individuals, and that's what
the problem.
And that's the problem here, right? Like if this was individuals who were appeared cis, right? Appeared quote unquote normal looking. They had done the exact same thing. Let's say it was Last Supper. Let's say Doopy is correct, and we never say Doopy is correct, but let's just say that Doopy is correct. And it wasn't the Dionysus painting. They're lying here, and it was the Last Supper. Well, so fucking what? Like, I have seen many times on TV, right, the Last Supper painting be recreated. People do it all the time, right? Yeah. I've seen it done in sitcoms, right? Offensive sitcoms, I've seen it done. But there's no outrage here.
Okay,
like this isn't an offensive sitcom. This is there's categories of things. When you're watching Family Guy, when you're watching that matters. The presentation and the perception matters. What do you mean?
France is offensive sometimes.
Yeah, the problem is that like non-cis or people perceived to be non-cis were the ones doing it. That's what got people's asses.
No, that's not true.
I mean, if you want to go with your argument that it's for the face of inclusion, you excluded a majority of people to display a hyper minority of people at that. This wasn't about inclusion.
To display, display hyper minority.
So okay, so you're an international event and you're filming this thing and you're displaying it to the world, right? If you're trying to say like, oh, we just want to show inclusion, but then you excluded 95% of people and focused on a hyper minority of people.
How do they exclude? Hold on. I didn't see. It's true. I didn't see the whole opening ceremony. Was it all drag queens? Was there no cis people involved in the opening ceremony?
More or less, yes.
It was all drag queens. So I'm gonna watch the hours and hours of footage, and you're gonna tell me it's all drag queens.
They had multiple segments where there were drag queens and trans people. So it wasn't one of that was both. So like multiple segments focusing on this group of people, right? And then they capped it off with a segment that I think specifically mocked one of the dominant religions on the planet, right? That many of the people watching the Olympics trying to see this as an event to come together as a planet, right, are going to be insulted intentionally by this thing that is trying to supposed to be bring them together. It's ridiculous.
Multiple things. I'm going to push. We're going to deal with the mockery in a second, right? But once again, now I just got to nail this down. like if I'm gonna look at the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics, it's trans people all the way down, right? That's what I'm gonna see. They didn't include cis.
not all the
No
way
cis
down.
people allowed on the Paris Olympics opening ceremony.
The
Is that what you're saying?
death metal band, metal band might have been cis people.
Okay.
Yeah,
Even that one was weird though, because they had her fucking head off.
This
that was really fucking weird too. But Prem, they also had like a drag queen or trans person carry the torch. And again, and to put this into perspective, this is an event that is specifically not allowing trans people to participate, right? So like it doesn't even make sense, right? So to have that person carry the torch when they wouldn't even be allowed to to participate in the event that we're supposed to be celebrating is fucking ridiculous.
They could participate, they just couldn't participate in a certain category.
If you want to criticize the Olympics for being
no, that's not a criticism.
For rainbow washing. For rainbow washing, well then go ahead, right? Let's make that criticism. That's fine. I don't give like the Olympics is not an institution that I'm interested in defending, right? There's so many things wrong with the Olympic Committee, how they run the entire event, how they take advantage of communities and siphon them for resources for corporate gain. Fuck the Olympics. I don't give a fuck about them, right? But like I know without watching the opening ceremony, I didn't watch it, that there are cis people included somewhere. Well,
yeah, the children might be cis right
now. I'm sure I can find it. Yeah. So let's stop saying that like they didn't include the vast majority of people. They're focusing just on a hyper minority. Let's get over that, right?
Wait, hold on. There was a massive focus on LGBT people for sure, and specifically drag queens and trans.
That was the point, right? That's why they said it was inclusive.
The Last Supper was
like focusing on LGBT.
No, I saw the Last Supper part. I'm saying that there were cis people within the ceremony. Right?
Yeah, but they also had like a fashion show, which also had a ton of trans people in it. They had like a dance party thing with a bunch of trans people and drag people in there. Like there was a very big focus on trans and drag people.
So
there was like so given that these people are like a tiny minority of the population of the planet, it's fair to say that there's a disproportionate fixation on this group meant to be inclusive, quote unquote, to this group and to like prop them up on the national stage, which might be fine even, right? It doesn't make sense to do that while also intentionally insulting half the fucking planet.
So let's get to the mockery thing, right? One, I don't believe it was mockery. I like mocking religion, right? I think religion should be mocked, and we should take the opportunity to do that. It's a good thing when we do that, but this was not mockery. Right. So again, I like looking at the Dionysus painting that like Gibbs showed us, right? And it was in the articles. It seems to be from that like it's plausible to me that it was that there was the Dionysus painting and not Last Supper. But I can't be 100% sure, so I'm not going to take my.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm fairly sure it is the painting, based off a couple of like other indicators in there. However,
which painting?
I'm sending it in Discord right now.
Yeah, I posted their
Discord.
But here's what I think they did. I think it's a bait and switch.
Go ahead.
I think it's like a bait and switch. Like it's like Dionysus is already one of these precursors to Jesus, kind of like people in the history, like he's Osiris, and he's also like the inverse of Jesus to an extent with the hedonism and whatnot. So like it's almost like you're saying it's this Dionysus thing, and you put enough stuff in there to say it's that, but then it's like a bait and switch because everybody that sees it on the fly is gonna go, "That's the Last Supper," and they're like, "Yeah, but we got plausible deniability." They're like, "Look, we got the red, the green, and the purple, and he's got the
smart.
Yeah, and I mean, if they did do that, kudos to them. They got him. Like, they got people talking, which I think is the real goal, is the controversy gets people talking about the Olympics. When nobody's been watching the Olympics for years.
Go ahead, Prime, if you want to respond to that.
No, you go first.
I've seen a handful of opening ceremonies in my lifetime, going back to whatever the Athens Olympics and even before. Like, generally speaking, aren't opening ceremonies just like a celebration of the host country's like culture? That's going back to even like the Chinese. Isn't part of like, I'm not an expert, but isn't part of like French culture like being like offensive, just inherently?
No.
Yeah, you're right. They should have gone out there. They should have just started making fun of black people, throwing poop at them, offensive as possible, right? That's the French way.
Obviously they're offensive in certain ways. Okay, obviously, especially when it comes to, like, I have no problem saying that they tend to be offensive towards religion. Okay, and I think they have like a history of like mocking religion or parodying it. And
why is
not do Islam then?
Why is blackface offensive?
Half of France's population are Catholic. So, like, I don't know why we would say that. Oh, well, their culture is to be offensive to like Catholicism or Christianity. And that's half the country.
What's the point?
So obviously, a massive part of their culture is Christianity, is Catholicism.
Yeah, and you can have conflicts of culture. Of like,
Wait, so
one
if they
part.
if they succeeded in pissing off all the Christians, and the Christians protested and revolted or whatever it may be, or they had the same reactions that the Muslims
or revolution.
Would you then say that they should be revolting and they should like that is a good thing, that like you'd be supportive of that? Or is it? Are you only in support of like the mockery and not in support of the response to the mockery?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as saying support, as opposed to like I'm not opposed to it.
Okay.
Okay. I think just really quickly, I think the focus on Islam is like really silly. So I think that clearly the reason I think that the reason Muslims tend to have like a much harsher reaction, because many of these people come from countries where they're like straight up blasphemy laws, right, where it's illegal to mock religions, not just Islam, but all religions, right? You can be a Christian living in a Muslim country, and if someone mocks your religion, that's illegal in many of these countries, right? So this is why they have this reaction, because what's being done is something that is like to them, something that was illegal where they've lived, and they believe it still should be illegal because they don't believe people should be mocking each other's religions in this way. And so this way, I think you get like a big reaction when this kind of stuff happens from Muslims. But also, there's like the elephant in the room, I think, right? Where of the Abrahamic religions, Islam and Christianity are mocked all the fucking time, right? And people are like, oh, the Christians are always talking about the war on Christmas, and the Muslims are always, they're ranting about Aisha and the pictures of Muhammad or whatever the fuck. But
the Jews,
exactly, if they actually wanted to be offensive, right? If they actually wanted to be offensive and to be like controversial, they'd mock Judaism, because nobody ever fucking does that, because you're not allowed to do that apparently, right? And there's plenty.
I don't know that
Judaism.
That's true.
Okay, then you just haven't lived
at the Olympics opening ceremony.
Like sitcoms and cartoons are going to make fun of them, but
if they had ever mocked Judaism ever, they'd immediately be called anti-Semites and Nazis and Hamas supporters and all this kinds of crazy shit. So it's weird that we would go straight to Islam. Like, oh, well, how would Muslims react to this? How would Jews react to this? Right, the other Abrahamic religion, if this was done to them. So it's weird to immediately jump to make this an criticism.
Have you ever watched Family Guy? Like ever?
Yeah, I have.
They make fun of the Jews like every week.
Yeah, but
Jews do take it better than Muslims generally.
Yeah, I mean, like, within one of them sing like "Dreidel, Dreidel" or something
from the sitcoms of like South Park and whatever. But if a country put on a show like that and there was a specific attack on Judaism, it would be completely different.
So
there's a difference between judging Family Guy and South Park and the
That's why the Christians were good with the Crusades. When somebody mocked them back in the day, they took them over.
South Park has drawn Muhammad, and they didn't pull the episode.
I'm not talking about people making jokes about like Jews being like stingy or some shit. I'm talking about like attacks on the Jewish religion, like Judaism. I've watched lots of Family Guy. I've never seen Family Guy talk about and make any criticism of the Jewish religion.
So I
South Park.
I've never seen that either.
I haven't seen enough to.
Eric Cartman calls Kyle every fucking word you can think of on an episodic basis.
Disgusting. Like what
he does call.
No, but so the insults are like pretty fucking harsh and funny.
And then even Kyle, they go through a whole they literally have several episodes where Kyle goes through his Jewish history with his parents, and they're like, she's like, Bubba! I don't know the Jewish word,
but they're very stereotypical.
But
they use the Kitzler fairly often. They'll have the people with the hats and the beards and the curls on and all that crap.
I think Gibby was making a slightly different point. So and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought you were making the point of criticizing Judaism being the religion rather than the individuals, right?
Rather than this Jew, makes funny noises, or he's doesn't share his money or whatever the fuck. I'm talking about the actual religion, right? And the things within the religion that I think are very, very worthy of criticism and mockery.
Wait,
like,
can you? Sorry to cut you off. You want to finish your point, Dippy?
I'll go for it.
I was gonna, like, so maybe not to get you in trouble, but like as best you can you give an example of like, you know, this joke about the religion, the Jewish religion, is like taboo. You can't say this about the Jewish religion.
I don't have any jokes like on hand. I don't really do jokes, to be honest with you, in that way. But one thing that I think is worthy of about the Jewish religion is the fact that within the religion is a built-in ethno-supremacist like ideology, like built into the religion. Also, people make fun of Muslims for the Aisha thing. In the Jewish religion, you're allowed to fuck a girl to fuck and marry a girl who's, as long as she's like 3 years and 1 day old. So like it's pretty fucked, right? So like, and if she's younger than that and you have sex with her, it's like putting your finger in her eyes. It's not that big a deal.
Or it
So,
would be
like,
like
there-
it'd be like making fun of Zionism. You can't make fun of Zionism without being labeled an anti-Semite, getting potentially doxxed, having your shit shut down.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah, there are all
company,
sorts of
right?
things about, you
As
know,
a
if you are you know, if you're a Jew interact with a non-Jew, well, so for example, if a non-Jew kills a Jew, you execute him. But if a Jew kills a non-Jew, you know, that's not worthy of any sort of like a legal punishment, because you're going to leave that up to God. Like things like this, right? That I think are just straight up ethno-supremacist, crazy shit, right? That are all over the religion, that people just don't fucking criticize or mock or anything because, you know, they're afraid to be called Nazis. So I think rather than be like, oh, how would Muslims react, we should be saying, oh, how would other religions react? How would the other Abrahamic religions react? Both of them, or how would Buddhists react, or something? I feel like there's all this focus where, you know, if there's an attack on Christianity, immediately you jump to Islam and try to make it about Islam and how violent they are. I think that's ridiculous.
I agree, at least with that part of the statement. And I would say though the reason why people focus on Christianity is because it is a dominant religion. It's the religion that has the power, and they're mocking the power center, which would be Christianity, not Judaism or Islam, at least in this nation. But beyond that, you guys. How long was the opening ceremony that you saw?
I didn't watch it.
I mean, they had a long thing. I mean, they had like Snoop Dogg in there for part of it. It definitely wasn't just like you know, like they had like it was hours and hours long.
Hours and hours long.
Yeah, I'm not the one saying this. For the record.
I agree. It was literally hours and hours long. 10, possibly 12 hours long. This thing was, right. But according to you guys, apparently. Drag performance.
Drag all the way down.
All the way down. Trans and drag performance. Yeah, it's bullshit. Yeah, they had the fashion show that included LGBT individuals, right? Because that part was just talking about inclusion. Even though I agree, the Olympics doesn't walk the walk. Fair enough, right? But to pretend that it was just focused on this hyper minority, and that's all the Paris Olympics wanted to say, right? In all those hours of programming, that's all they wanted to say. Completely false. So I'm pushing that aside. Completely, we can ignore that, right? I wanted to have my friend Bam on because he was arguing about this previously, and I'll write what he I'll say what he had written. He has said, like, you're arguing that countries should never do stuff that's going to bother bigoted people. You don't think it's the Americans pissed that LeBron was carrying the flag? Apparently, was carrying the American flag. You don't think there were Puritans pissed? Lady Gaga, who's known to be pretty sexual, got the opening performance because apparently she was part of opening performance.
And her performance was fine.
Yeah, you don't think French people were upset that they chose a black French woman to perform for them? I don't know what the exact performance was here, but like a lady, yeah, it was fine. But hey, but this individual, right, has detractors. There are people within America who don't like Lady Gaga, don't like what she stands for, right? And they were offended to see Lady Gaga.
Most of us are saying if they would want to, if they want to be offensive, that's fine. But they're like pretending they didn't know, pretending they didn't mean to, apologizing afterwards, all of these other things. Whereas we're saying, like, yeah, if you're gonna do something, like, just do it.
But the thing is,
it's not even that. Hold on, Prime. Can I just say really quickly, please? Because I feel like you're missing the point. So, okay. Like, yeah, a lot of people don't like Lady Gaga. A lot of people think she's a Satanist, actually, right? So a lot of people don't like her. A lot of people wouldn't like the black French woman singing the song or whatever. But when they did these things, I think that the way that they presented themselves in both those situations was, hey, this is a respectful, singing or performance that's meant to like call to French culture, whatever the fuck. But when they have the trans people up there, the drag queen people up there, it's not really that. It's an intentional mockery of like a massive chunk of not just French population, but also the planet. So I don't. If they just had a trans person there or a drag queen person there singing a song or dancing or whatever the fuck, the dogs are barking. I think most people would have no issue with that. Well, they might have an issue with that, but not in this way. But they intentionally, specifically chose to mock these people, which doesn't make any sense if you're trying to bring the planet together for this event.
Once again, I don't believe this is mockery. You haven't proven this is mockery. Again, let's say it was the Last Supper. I don't believe it was mockery. What did they do? Right? What was the big mocking moment? Right? They got in the vague poses of Jesus and his apostles. Right? If it was the Last Supper, they got in the vague poses and just for like a moment in time. Right? Right? Did they take their dicks out and wave it? Right? Did they do any of that? No. It was just people in drag who happened to take the vague pose of one picture, one interpretation of the Last Supper, and all of a sudden, this is mockery. How could you? When Christians, when we do this all the time, it was an allusion to the Last Supper. If it was an allusion to the Last Supper, and we see allusions to these things to Last Supper constantly, right? It's a very famous painting. But people don't get outraged in the way they got outraged here. And they got outraged simply because it's drag. Now it becomes offensive because the drag person do it. And I don't like the drag person. The common denominator here is a drag person. Not the Last Supper, because again, we've seen that done before. It's the drag individual.
Prime. So I can agree that some people would still be offended if there's just a drag person there. That's sure. But they went further. So not only was it a drag person, there's multiple drag people doing like sexualized dances prior to that, and then they go to the Last Supper thing, and it's not just drag people just doing nothing. They're specifically taking poses with it from the painting, right? And another thing, they have children there right beside them while this is happening, right? In their own little costumes. And then we understand that most people on the planet, not just Christians, not just Muslims, most people on the planet don't accept trans people to even be like a thing, right? That's just a reality. I think we live in like our Western bubble or American bubble where we feel like this is like more accepted than it actually is. So they chose to put this extremely divisive thing on a world stage where most of the planet is not going to agree with even the existence of these people. But then on top of that, not only do you show them to acknowledge that they exist, but then you have them doing a thing that is absolutely going to offend any Christian who watches it, because most of these people, if you're like a religious Christian, you see trans people as like either like mentally ill or actual like hedonists who are like subverting God's law or whatever the fuck. Right, so which is what one of the archbishops of the Catholic Church, who was recently excommunicated for his sakes in this, by the way, because he really disagrees with the Pope about this. That was his take, right? They're intentionally subverting God's law by doing this sort of thing. And that's how a lot of Catholics feel. A lot of Christians feel.
Whiny piss baby Christians had a tantrum. Whiny piss baby Christians had a tantrum because they
were just imitating the leftists and the socialists.
They assumed that the world revolves around them, right? And they got upset because a drag person was doing a thing, right? And that like offends them that their presence was there. No, I hear you. Yeah, I get it.
No, not just the presence was there. That's not honest. It's not just that they're there. It's what they're doing while they're there. Not just with the Last Supper thing, but also that there were children who were there, which most people, even in the LGBT community and those activists, even most of them don't agree with having children involved in this kind of shit. So why the fuck would they do this? It doesn't make any sense.
If you don't, I haven't. If you're saying sexualized dance, I'm gonna have to like take your word for it because I haven't seen that part. Right? I saw clips. I didn't see any sexualized dancing, but I don't know. But I don't generally trust people when they say these things.
This guy had his fucking ass cheeks out and had like a little strip of cloth covering his like tiny dick and balls. Like, come on.
And wait, just so I can clear up real quick, opening ceremony was 4 hours, but that's because they're introducing the people on boats and doing the whole thing. The performance, which is what everyone was watching, which is what people are there that are judging, that they're judging the performance specifically. So the performance was about like 15 minutes or so. Obviously, not the entire opening was dedicated to this because they introduced the people. But the opening ceremony, the performance that people were watching, that was 100% focused. It was more geared towards.
So if you're Juby, if we're worried about like bringing unity to the world, right? And not offending individuals, because it's very important that we don't offend individuals. Even though I don't think we're trying to offend anyone, but let's say we're not trying to offend. Should Jesse Owens have been included in the opening ceremony of the 1936 opening ceremony of the Olympics in Nazi Germany? That would have offended a lot of people, not just in Germany, not just in Nazi-occupied Germany, but also in America at the time, who didn't accept Jesse Owens, who would have thought it was an insult to the country, right? And elevating this African to the position of like something a white man should be doing. A lot of people would have a problem with that.
No,
should we have respect? Should we have respected that?
Again, the issue, like I said earlier, if they just had they actually had did they have the transfer form? I don't remember.
Answer my question.
Listen. I think that your question indicates that you're not really engaging with what I'm saying.
I'm absolutely engaged.
If they were just there, I don't think there'd be this much of a problem. The issue is that they were there. Plus, this is a big thing. Not only were they there, but they chose to, and I think they did do this, intentionally insult a massive portion of the population.
I'm saying
so hold on. So if this Jesse guy was there, right? Not only is he taking part of the ceremony, but then he says he like whips out his cock and fucks like a white blow up doll or something. Say I'm gonna fuck all the white women, or does some other stupid offensive thing, right? Yeah, hold on. Then I'll say, hey, yeah, you probably shouldn't fucking do that because you're intentionally like being divisive, right?
Once again, they weren't intentionally being divisive. I didn't. We still have not established that, but I'm gonna have to push past that.
Wait, if they do have a bunch of drag queens or trans people depicting the Last Supper with a woman as Jesus and the woman's identified, you don't think that's insulting to Christianity?
It's the intention part that's whether it's actually intentional or not.
You don't think the intention of that would be to mock or insult?
What's
the intention there?
That would absolutely be to be insulting.
Yeah. So if someone wears blackface and their intention isn't to be racist, is that then fine?
Why would that? Why would it be insulting? I don't understand.
Because we know that Jesus wasn't a woman; he was a man. He wasn't a gay woman. We know that and then we know that these people wouldn't be accepted and would not be seen.
Jesus also wasn't fucking white. He wasn't white. He wasn't Aryan. He wasn't. Yeah. He wasn't. Hold on. He wasn't. Hold on. We want to do the demographics game. He wasn't. He didn't fit into all the other demographics that he.
I think it's a mockery when they make him white.
When we do
Cesare Borgia's
representations of Jesus all the time, we have a white man, blue eyes, right?
I think it's a mockery.
A brown hair, right? But is that? Christians consider that a mockery? Hold on.
I don't think so.
But Jesus didn't look that way. Right?
I don't think that
he was a Middle Eastern man born in Israel, right, or wherever in that area, right? He was born in that area, almost certainly brown skin, Yeah. But it's not a mockery when a white man embodies them. Interesting how that works, right?
To people who aren't white Christians, we do think it's a mockery when you have him going around as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy.
Great.
That is a mockery.
But in America, they weren't talking about that, right? In America, they never seem to talk about the Christians here. They never seem to talk about, hey man, like maybe.
I think there's a difference between them depicting him as a white guy versus depicting him as a gay fat woman.
And art has always taken liberties with these things, whether it's mocking or not, right? Where like we just like we look at an important cultural scene and then we play with it, we do something with it. Hey, what if like I'm sure there's a painting somewhere of what if the Last Supper was just women.
There's one with Trump as Jesus, and that's fine outside of. It's not the Olympics, though.
and that's fine. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no. Wait, it's fine. Wait, it's fine because we have freedom of speech, and people are allowed to have satire, and you're allowed to make jokes, and we should allow the offensive part is when a country is hosting an international event, an internationally televised event, because the intention that comes with it is to mock. And so with that, you're offending.
No, you haven't established. You've yet to establish that. You have yet to establish
that. Just because you refuse to accept having the final supper depicted with a lesbian woman
and a bunch of
trans and drag queens.
You literally just kept stating it. It's offensive because you.
What if
keep
they
stating
gave out?
That's offensive. That's it, right? That their intention was to mock. They were trying to mock. That simply trans people doing.
So then blackface can be done tastefully because you don't know the intention.
But if we had a whole a retinue of white cis males doing the exact same thing, they did the dances, they did everything, right? White cis males doing that wouldn't have been a problem. We wouldn't be talking about it here. Let's not pretend otherwise. We understand this. I don't know why we're pretending. But again, none of that is demographically
I think
accurate,
if you had white males
say...
depicting the Last Supper and it was a bunch of French people, I think a lot of people would have a big problem with that because they say you aren't Jesus, you aren't the disciples, and especially for a country like France who's been recognized to be anti-religious.
I don't know what you're doing, Ali, right? But that's not the case. That's literally not the case because it happens all the time, and it's never offensive.
Satirically or through art, but not in an international event, an international televised event where we're all agreeing to watch. There's a difference between Family Guy and the Olympics.
I guarantee you that I don't. I guarantee you that I don't. I guarantee you that I don't. So you can stop saying that. You can stop saying that 10 times over. I guarantee you I don't give a fuck. I don't. And
just because you don't give a fuck doesn't mean that's not the fact of the matter, though.
Hold on. But you keep saying this as it's supposed to be convincing anything. That you're saying that
I'm trying to get it through your head.
You're saying self-evidently because it's an international ceremony, trans people or people in drag can't be included. Right,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
I never said that at all. Hold on, let me change it. Hold on. What if
international
festival?
Sorry.
What if Putin was dressed as what if they had a drag queen dressed as Putin and then they had the Ukrainian drag queen set him on fire? Do you think that would have been offensive at an international event?
You took an aggressive action?
I'm just saying,
setting him on fire. It don't have to be drag queens. If it's white cis males and you have
it's also murder, by the way,
setting on fire another white cis male representing Putin, it sounds like that might be offensive. I can judge it by the actual action.
Well, it's the same thing.
I can do that. It's not the same
thing.
They
took an aggressive action by your own metric. They're taking something
by standing,
but it's an international event.
Opposed it looks like the Last Supper that we can't even agree on that it even was. Sorry, hold on. I'll get back to my rant later. Galactoid.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, I don't think that Jesus's race is as clear or as biblically relevant as his sexuality. We can like it or not. Christianity is a major world religion, as is Islam, as is Judaism, and one of the things that all these religions agree on, very deliberate, very very specifically, is on the issue of sexuality. Right. This is something that is arguably
as asexual.
I don't think he identified as asexual. I think the idea of I know. Well, I think that. Sorry. I think that presenting Jesus as sexually ambiguous, potentially associated with gay culture, when the Bible is very clear about that, right? And Christians feel very strongly about that. The intention absolutely is to offend. Now the question is, does it matter? Do we really care about people intentionally offending other people? Well, you can, I think, rationally hold the position, no, fuck you. We want to be offensive, and you're not welcome here if you're a Christian and you don't agree with this.
Or I think even we don't want to be offensive, but we're doing it and we don't care if it's offensive. Even that's fine.
I think it's the same thing because there's no way.
And so you can say, yes, we know there's going to be offensive, but this is a culturally relevant thing that we've all grown up with as well. And so we just wanted to pick this thing and we're choosing to do it just because it's culturally relevant. We know it might offend some people, but overall, we're not going to not do it.
It's not a might, right? It's not a might though. It's essentially a guaranteed, right? And the question I have for you, Prime, is I'm curious, could they have done anything regarding this that you would deem to be offensive? Let's say instead of the Last Supper, let's say it was a nativity scene. and you had trans Mary giving birth to trans Jesus, and instead of handing him trans Jesus pacifier, they hand him an HRT like syringe.
You would say vaccine?
How? I was about to say vaccine. But if they hand him like an an HRT vaccine, you got me saying now, an HRT syringe. Like, at what level does it have to get? But well, look, they're just there, man. They're just living their life. Like, at what point does it have to be like, well, why is Jesus trans? Why are the three kings trans?
Sure.
Why is everybody involved? Like, why is there a rainbow flag behind Jesus? Like,
why wouldn't they be trans? Hold on. 1 second.
Why wouldn't they be trans?
Yeah, why wouldn't they? Hold on. 1 second. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to be pronounced. Abaddon 6666.
Yeah, you got it.
Who says for $5 on YouTube with their super chat, much appreciated. Says, Prime, you're cooking, bro. Let these pro clutchers have it. I will. I'll read those messages all day. Thank you for supporting the channel, guys. If you like the content, if it's evoking emotions, one or the other, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. We do need your help to keep this going, so I appreciate you for helping out. But if you're out there, you find yourself unsubbed, consider subbing to the channel, getting your ad-free viewing and our emotes, and supporting this community. We can't do it without you. Yeah, help us out. Okay, so I'll go back to your question. Of course, like, once again, I'm fine with mocking religion. I'm more than it makes me happy, right? Let's do that. That's great. But I don't consider this thing to be mocking. So if you're asking me, can the imagery there be mocking at some point? Well, yeah, obviously. Right? I'm sure we can come up with something that would be it would show intent to be mocking, right?
What if they had a whole scene where, like, trans Muhammad conquers Medina? Would you see this and say the intention has nothing to do with being offensive whatsoever?
Conquers Medina. I don't.
Yeah, drag queen. Sorry, drag queen Muhammad.
Yeah,
like Muhammad, but in a full drag conquering Medina. It's from the Quran, right?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Is it just because it's religion that you don't care that you don't see it as mocking? But if it was like race or anything else, you would see it as mocking.
Why?
Because, like, the argument you're making. Why? Because, like, what if they? Well, I asked you this, and if they did blackface, but they said their intention wasn't to be racist. This is just a depiction of whatever. Would you then be acceptant of that, or would it be like, oh no, obviously they were being mocking?
Do you think drag is the same as blackface, though?
When it comes to religion and depictions of Jesus and the apostles, yeah.
You think?
I think depicting Jesus or Muhammad or any
so then it's only offensive when it's there a religion involved, right? So you can.
I would say generally.
You say generally that drag is
it's a mockery. It's a mockery.
No,
of
I don't
women.
think so. I think it's specifically when it comes to, like, you using it to depict, like, any prophet. Yeah, then that would be mockery of that. Just like in the same way that any person that does blackface would then be mockery.
Why? How are these the same? They don't have the same. No, like, let's not pretend that context doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, there are some systemic issues with blackface.
Like I like
religion, but I think he's just talking about the mockery and the offense, not the
one is meant. They're both meant to be offensive and both meant to mock the person that they're displaying.
Like, no.
I'm not saying they're the same level of.
No. Drag is not meant to mock anyone.
Yes, drag is not meant to mock anyone.
Okay,
but drag in the context of
that's not the
depicting
same
prophets.
As blackface, so that's not
when we depict prophets of religions in drag. That is meant to be offensive.
We are not even there yet. We gotta focus in on your
drag isn't offensive. I agree.
Okay, great. So drag isn't offensive, right?
No.
So a person doing drag is offensive, but a person doing blackface would be offensive because it's not the art form doesn't do anything else but that. Correct?
Fair.
Okay,
yes.
Great. So these things aren't the same.
Now, when you take it and apply it to mocking religious figures, when you're taking a figure and you're painting them the opposite of what they are, knowing that a majority of people are going to take offense, is that not mockery?
So, no, I wouldn't assume the majority of people.
If
would
we
take
did like
offense.
I was George Floyd and we had a
You don't
black
think? Wait.
officer
You don't think a
on my
majority of
neck
people
at
that
the
are
Olympics.
religious are going to take offense? Since we know that the religions are pretty big in the world, you don't think a majority of people were going to take offense to depicting Jesus as a woman and and her being an openly happy gay woman, so on and so forth? You don't think people were going to take offense to that?
I don't think
A majority of religious people.
I'm not sure a majority of religious people did take offense to it. Now, all I know is that very loud online individuals have been talking about it. Have we taken a poll about how people felt about this?
Why'd they
I
pull
want to point
then
out.
why'd they pull it? Then why'd they pull it down?
Because people yelled at them. That's why, right?
Enough people
yelled. Conservatives had a pissy temper tantrum and yelled at them, and they get people to retract all the time. That's why Target, right? When Target had that that inclusive paraphernalia, right? LGBT paraphernalia, like they had that shit out in front, saying like, we as a corporation, these are our values, but then piss baby conservatives made a big stink about it. They cried and cried online,
but
right?
you're never going to know if
you're
never going to actually know if a majority of people disagreed with something. Then
we would have to actually take a poll. We had to actually ask people, like, yes, were most people actually offensive about when they looked at that? If we had, because it's important to take a snapshot at the time of it, right? Because after this, now people are being told they should be they should take offense, so it's more difficult after the fact. But if we had like polled people like immediately after the ceremony and asked them, "Hey, how'd you feel about it?" There'd certainly be some people who'd be offended. Obviously, I mean there were. We heard them very loudly. But were most people offended? You actually don't have the data to say that. No one does.
I mean, viewership's way down.
I just need to point out, just so you're aware, blackface.
To assume they were offended. I think we can look at like large representations and people who kind of speak for these people, because even most people weren't watching the event in and of itself. So we can't say most people based on polling either. But yeah, we know that there are large representatives. There are figures who are speaking for these people who have the same values as them. And when they come out and say, "Hey, we are offended by this," they kind of are the.
No, they aren't. No, they aren't. No, you have online personalities. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't know why. Like, it's like you guys are new to like online outrage. It's weird. When we get to these moments where you guys like, it's like the first day on the internet. There was an online outrage, right? And on Twitter, oh boy, people are mad, right? And that and apparently for your newborn brains, this means, well, I guess everyone's mad. I guess a lot of people are mad because they're talking about it on Twitter, right? There's a Twitter outrage. People are mad on the internet. That must affect, that must be representative of the entire population. Actually, no. Now, maybe it was. Maybe you're exactly right. You don't actually have the data to say that, right? So let's not pretend that you do. And I won't admit that you do.
Prime, so blackface is a very different cultural context depending on what country you look in, right? So, for example, let's say like the Olympics was hosted in the Netherlands, they have a very different view of what blackface is, like whether it's offensive or not, as compared to America. If they put on blackface at their Olympic ceremony because they see it differently, would you have the right to be offended or no?
No, I hear you. In terms of different cultural contexts, I think that's a more nuanced argument, and where like one culture looks at it differently than another. I think that one's a bit more fair. But
that is the criticism here that do be made, which is, look, we live in there's no such thing as one Christian culture, right? We live in a country in which there's many different Christian countries, like African countries, for example, that are incredibly religious. And Christians generally around the world agree on this one thing, that it is blasphemy to attribute LGBTQ to Jesus, right? In the same way that like maybe the French don't give all that much of a fuck because of their culture, but also the Netherlands might not give that much of a fuck about blackface. But in America, blackface is a very different connotation.
But we wouldn't. But at the same time, then these same people wouldn't give a fuck if like they had tried out a cow during and during the opening ceremony for some fucking reason, tried out a cow, right? And then the Muslims got offensive over it. There's a cow.
The
there.
Hindus.
Well,
the
the
Hindus.
Jews would get offended. The Jews would get
If they brought out a cow that looked like the sacred cow and then they slaughtered it on stage or something, I would absolutely understand why Indians would be offended, and I would say that probably shouldn't be an Olympic thing.
I'm saying that the people loudest about this, right? Would be perfectly okay. With like
another religion being mocked,
because from their perspective they're okay. Like, so I'm saying that you and I hear you what you're saying. You were saying that cultural context matters, and that's fair, right? That's fair.
Yeah.
And I'm agreeing with you, right? But I'm saying a lot of the people, the loudest people here, not here physically, but like in this conversation, actually don't care about that. It's more that like
I know. Hold on, they're coming at this because they are heavily religious. They're heavily Christian, and they don't like it that you've insulted their religion. I understand why they're
against it too.
Well, sure. Well, of course, because Jesus is a figure in Islam as well, right? I'm sure they're also offended to some extent. But what we're saying, the people on this panel are saying, Prime, is that yes, they exist, and obviously everyone's going to be really offended if their particular thing is insulted. But like, in the Olympics, if they brought out like a cow that was dressed like the sacred cow or something along those lines in Hindu tradition, and then like something bad happened to the cow, or like the cow is part of some performance where like it simulated getting hurt, like the reason why this would be offensive is because you should know that there's a lot of fucking Hindus that watch the Olympics, and there's a lot of Hindus that find the cow to be sacred. And why didn't you think about this before you put this in an Olympics opening ceremony? In the same way, here when it comes to the Last Supper.
No, this isn't the same. And Corey, I saw your hand. This isn't the same because they didn't do anything bad to Jesus, right? They are like, again, if it was
in
Jesus,
accordance to you, that's not fair.
They think that they did something bad to Jesus.
Accordance to you,
hold on.
They made Jesus gay.
Lactoid, hold on,
a woman.
Hold on, Lactoid made a very specific he created a very specific situation, right? He said if they brought on a cow and they sacrificed the cow, they originally
it was hurt.
Why would that be offensive if they sacrificed the cow? Because Hindus believe that the cow should not be hurt or
the situation
in the same way that Christians believe that Jesus should not be transified.
The situation I said when I brought up the cow is what if they just showed the cow? They had on a cow for some reason. The cow is simply there.
Yeah, but did they show the cow alive or dead?
But Hindus don't give a fuck. Yeah, Hindus don't give a fuck about just
something
like
has
the cow
to happen to the cow. Something has to differ in the cow.
Yeah, if they showed the cow,
they didn't show
like
Jesus.
steak.
They showed a woman Jesus. They didn't show the apostles. They showed a bunch of drag queens.
Is that the same as Jesus being sacrificed? Well, he is sacrificed.
Yes, to the people. Yes, when the people are religious, they hold these.
Christians will believe Jesus was sacrificed before they believe that he's a woman. He was literally the whole point of Christianity is that he was sacrificed.
Rewriting history. It's not even attempting to rewrite history. But like, I don't know why you even. It's not
to religious people. You don't to religious people. I mean, to Muslims, drawing the prophet's face is fucking highly offensive.
Yes.
Right? Now, drop it down to all of the people, Christians, Muslims alike, all will find it highly offensive to take Jesus
all won't, because not all Christians. We have Christians online talking about how they weren't offended. So don't say,
they're not real Christians.
Once again,
they're fake.
You don't have
that is the argument.
Real question. They're Unitarian.
Hold on. You have zero data. You have
if they say that they're not a Christian.
The people that are actually religious.
Great. Good work, Gibbs, on that one.
That's the data.
You don't have data to prove the otherwise.
Hold on. If I say I'm a Christian and then I say something fundamentally opposed to the Bible, then that means that you're not a Christian.
Fundamentally abhorrent to the Bible.
It is fundamentally opposed to the Bible.
It's not. No, it's not.
Literally, Jesus escapes to Egypt because he's a kid, and the Herod sees a child boy coming to dethrone him, and he has all the males killed. That is a major principal part of the Jesus story, is that he's definitively a man. Like, that's
he's a prophet. Prophets are males, specifically.
Fully man and fully God.
I don't know the second part, but the first part, I'm with you.
I'm just saying what it says, okay?
Within like the play, right?
The Holy Ghost also male.
And within the theaters, like within like the theater tradition, right? You guys are aware that at some point, to my understanding, they didn't include women, right? It was just men playing all the roles.
Yeah.
Right. You know, they did like religious theme plays there. Right. Like, they used to do like
Yeah, they also had
religious
castrinis to play the women. So what's your point?
Religious theme plays with just men, right? And so, like, when a woman is depicted, right, the Virgin Mary is depicted as a man, is that offensive?
Yeah, that's anti-biblical. They were heathens back then.
It wasn't anti-biblical. They didn't look at it as anti-biblical. Like, just because a man.
They're burning for that. They're burning for that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Lactoid. I love you so much. You're great.
No, I mean, whatever. To be fair, you're like okay. So for when the Charlie Hebdo thing happened, I wasn't personally offended. I am not a representation of Muslims or actual practicing Muslims. Right. So to say that when I'm not offended, to say like, oh, some Christians weren't offended, that is not a representation of the Christians that are actually religious and the people that are actually offended. And for you to take these people and to be like, oh, well, no, Christians shouldn't be offended or Muslims shouldn't be offended that Jesus was depicted as a woman, because to you, it isn't a mockery. But to the vast majority of Muslims and Christians, it is going to be a mockery. I don't even know how you can deny that.
1 second. So, GSU Gambit, good friend, on YouTube super chat said for $5 said, I can't wait until Christian conservatives pass draconian laws that impede on trans/drag rights. So I think he meant to say can, so I can ask people why they are offended. So he was basically yelling at me, but please yell at me with money. I appreciate when you do that. Thanks so much, friend. Again, to anyone else, consider supporting the channel. If you can, it would be really helpful. Shit, there was a point that I really wanted to address here. I forgive.
I was saying I'm not representative of the religion, and so the people that are religious are going to take offense to it, and that you can't say that like a majority of religious people didn't take offense to this, because it's obvious that they would have taken offense to this.
We would have also been like critical if the Olympics, like just like their opening ceremony was just like a depiction of Muhammad. Like that would be like, why are you doing this? What the fuck? What's the point of this?
Okay.
And we would say it was offensive, and you could say that, you know, they didn't intend to be offensive, but I mean, it doesn't matter what they say the intent is. If the people were offended, to Lactoid's point, if they were in the Netherlands and they did the blackface, you didn't really answer. Would you have a right to be offended if in the Netherlands they wore blackface, even though in their country? I talked
about the cultural
like know the audience, right? This is an international audience. You got to be a little bit more careful. If it's like again, something like this, the Olympics. Now, look, if I agree that again, they have the right to do it, and if there's any kind of reprisal upon them, I would condemn that completely. Just like I condemn what happened to Charlie Hebdo completely. Yep. They absolutely they did not deserve that. But Charlie Hebdo was trying intentionally to be offensive. That was their goal.
They succeeded.
And they succeeded. That was their right, but they definitely succeeded in being offensive. Yeah. So the Olympics is trying to be arguably offensive here.
So you said,
I mean, in Texas when we did our
so you said his race isn't the problem, right? Or one of you guys said that his race isn't the problem, right? That's not an issue, but it's only
the Bible, yeah.
It's only not it absolutely. First of all, it absolutely is an issue. It absolutely is an issue. Like what race?
Race wasn't a thing back then.
Hold on, I know. Thank you.
There's a reason they depict him as a white guy.
Lactoid. Hold on, thank you for explaining the thing that I've said many times before.
So he can look like us.
Hold on. Thank you, Lactoid, for trying to explain something that I've said many times. That race is a brand new concept. Thank you for explaining that.
I can help you again. Yeah, no problem at all.
Fuck you.
Reminded you.
But his race. The reason why his race for you, sorry, not for you. I'm gonna put you in this. The reason why his race is generally uncontroversial to people is because he's depicted as white. At least in this country, I mean, right? He's depicted as white. When like we've seen Black Jesus be depicted, and then white people have feelings about Black Jesus, right? But Black people have had depictions of Black Jesus, and then there's a reaction that comes from some white individuals because of Black Jesus. Yeah, some people find it offensive to say that Jesus wouldn't be within the image of Europeans. I know you're not. I won't say
Most
that on you.
Christians would not. Most Christians
now
are
we
not
got
offended
most
by Black
Christians.
Jesus.
Oh, we got more.
Most,
Oh, we got more. Oh no, we got more. No,
there's gonna be like one dude in Wyoming who's gonna be like, Jesus is white.
No, there's
No,
there's
I
a
see
Not
the
only,
opposite.
hold
No,
on,
I say the
Ethiopia's got a
opposite.
longer Christian
No.
tradition than
Even
Europe.
though
So
both
this
of
is,
you
this
were
is,
wrong
I mean,
and
Also,
state-
Jesus wasn't probably
No,
black, by the way. He was probably like Middle Eastern.
Yeah,
He was
probably Middle Eastern,
Palestinian.
it's probably Middle Eastern, like I fucking said before. Thank you. I agree. Thanks for agreeing.
He actually probably looked a little bit
Thank
whiter
you.
than you would assume most Middle
He's
Easterners.
probably
would.
Greek.
I saw a computer, like there's like historians who like got together and like gathered.
Well, yeah, they used his brother's DNA, and he was Greek white looking.
No. That I
You get a
don't
brother?
know. I don't know what you're
Yeah,
referring
John.
to. Hold on, shut up. I don't know what you're referring to. But I'm saying they're like Christian scholars had gotten together.
Or his cousin,
and
I don't know what to.
Oh my God, shut up. Let me say the thing. His Christian scholars have gotten together to gather the evidence, and they create like a recreation, like a computer recreation of what Jesus might have looked like to the best of their ability, and he was almost exactly like Saddam Hussein. That's
he looks like Frank Zappa. He looks like Frank Zappa. That's all he looks like.
Yeah, or Frank Zappa. Yeah, sure. But so the point is that you could simply state, oh, I guess most Christians wouldn't have a problem. I can say the opposite, right? I can just state the opposite. That I guess most Christians would be offensive. More white Christians would find it offensive to have a Black Jesus. I can just state that, can't I?
I mean, you can,
Yeah,
but
I
I
can.
think that sure you can. I mean, you can say whatever you want. It's your show.
Yeah, sure.
But like,
certain
that's fine. I'm not saying you can't say that. I'm just saying that like for the rest of us, it's kind of hard to like suspend our disbelief here when we can't see like a difference. At least, like especially when we look at the globe currently, when it comes to how like race is portrayed here in Christianity. Which we look at like Africa, for example, which is one of the most Christian places on the planet.
Unfortunately.
And it's like full of like, people who would look black when you compare it to like a Black Jesus. But when it comes to like gay Jesus or woman Jesus, there's not a lot of adherence to that particular theory. In fact, I can't think of like besides maybe some Unitarian church somewhere.
Was the performance saying that, oh, in case you didn't know, Christians, Jesus was a woman. Did you know?
That's the insinuation.
I learned that Jesus was a woman, right? I was watching the Paris
that's
Olympics,
the mockery.
And
the mockery is, hey, look.
And apparently, Jesus, like the message was that Jesus was a woman. Was that the message, Lactoid?
Hold up.
Are you saying
If they had a bunch of
that's the only message that I took away from it.
They were informing the audience that, we were reading through the Bible just the other day, and it turns out Jesus is a woman. Was that the message, Lactoid? Are you saying
that's the only message that I took away from that whole?
Wait, no, Prime.
Thank you,
If they had all the Cirque du Soleil clowns do the depiction of the Last Supper, right? It wouldn't be saying that, oh my God, Jesus was a Cirque du Soleil clown. That wouldn't be the implication, but it would be making fun of them and calling them
him
clowns.
A clown. Exactly.
That would be the joke. That would be the mockery that Jesus is a clown and his apostles are clowns. It's not that there was a drag person there. It's not that there were women on stage. It's not that. It's the fact that they took this image, a specific image, a world-known image, took a world event and decided that was the time to display this image. It has nothing to do like specifically with, oh my God, drag queens and trans people. It's the specific image that was used. In addition to Dionysus being shipped out in front, which to gives this point is like the Lord of debauchery and degeneracy and whatever so have you. So like, yeah, it's the combination of these things in this, and this is art meant to be interpreted by the world. And it seems to be maybe not a lot of people, but the loud majority seems to agree that this was pretty mocking.
I agree with that part. The loud.
I mean, yeah, sure. You're not religious, so it's not going to offend you. So like you can't see it from their point. But I mean, that's not like
I'm not saying that
argument.
people weren't. I'm not saying that people weren't offended. I never stated that people weren't offended. Of course, people were offended. But you made the statement, well, that most Christians were offended, and that's what I took issue with.
Let me ask you this.
But then wait, can you answer that one question though? If the Olympics were in the Netherlands and the blackface thing happened, would it be fair to assume that most black people would be offended by seeing that?
I'm saying a lot of people would be offended. However,
would it be fair to assume that most black
should
people
we
would
care? However, should we if there is
A really simple question. Do you think most black people would be offended if there was blackface shown at the Netherlands
Hold on,
Olympics opening ceremony?
I absolutely did. Hold on, I literally just said yes. I literally said yes.
I didn't hear you say yes. I want to hear you say it again.
Corey heard it. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, we'll go to Corey then.
Well, I'll try to be quick. So
wait. Sorry, Corey. Then if it's fair to assume that most black people would be offended by that, then isn't it fair to assume that most religious people would be offended by this?
Hold on. I'll do it again with you, Ali. Don't worry. I'll do it one more time.
No worries.
Is blackface the same as drag? Are those two the same thing?
The Christians, it would be yes.
No. Wait. No. I'm gonna go with you. No, it is not the same thing.
Oh, okay, it's not the same thing. Great. Mm-hmm. So when you
now
say
put an addition with. Don't leave the context out.
Okay.
The only reason you guys would be offended is because the American context, which is fine, and it would be it'd be fair.
Okay.
In Africa, by the way, just want to point out, in Africa, blackface would be less blackface would be less offensive than drag in Africa.
It might be.
In Prime, maybe. To be clear though, I think blackface and drag do have a lot in common, right? They're both like like mockeries or playing up like stereotypes of the groups of oppressed groups. By the way, women are extremely oppressed all across the planet. So yeah, I think if you're in drag, playing up those stereotypes, I think you are doing basically female blackface.
I disagree with that, but I'll just have to leave it there. Corey.
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess maybe where Lactoid lies and Ali lies in terms. So like, I don't know if it's like the mockery per se or the offensiveness that you take, or both. But I'm curious. Let's say, how do you view like from as far as I can tell, let's say Taiwan is forced to participate as Chinese Taipei because Taiwan's offensive to Chinese. Do you think that's the right call, as in they should be forced to compete as that?
What do you mean forced to be like? If that's since mentioning Taiwan, recognizing the existence of Taiwan is offensive to Chinese people, they are forced to compete under the banner of Chinese Taipei. Do you think that's the right call? Chinese people have to perform. I wouldn't think so, but I honestly don't know how offensive the whole Taiwan-China thing is.
They're literally forced to.
No. Like, do Chinese citizens dislike Taiwan, or is it just a governmental thing? Like, I actually don't know the culture around this. I'd say they should be able to perform as their own country,
least,
but
quite like hundreds of millions.
Like they had a refugee team and a Palestinian team. Like, yeah, so I would say that they should have a Taiwanese team. Yeah.
I would also say this, although I think that Taiwan should be able to compete under Taiwan.
Yeah.
If the opening ceremony was some kind of like recreation of Taiwan gaining independence and defeating the evil Chinese, no, that would be a bad idea.
What if they held the Olympics in Taiwan? Would that be offensive?
Are they allowed to?
I think the Chinese.
I think it'd be offensive to specifically Chinese people, but this was more of a global offense than like an individual offense.
I don't know if it'd be offensive to Chinese people. I think it would be. I think the Chinese government would just have a problem with like Taiwan.
I guess
knowledge. Period. Yeah.
I also think the value is different too. Like the value in recognizing Taiwan as an independent team, I think goes to something that I find incredibly valuable, which is Taiwan's independence from China, from a communist dictatorship, right? But I don't see the value of like the Christian like element to it. I don't see the value there, right? Like I could arguably see the value, like Doobie was saying, of it's like trans people being there to show, hey, trans people exist and we're here, etc. But like specifically the Christian performance, I don't know what was gained from that would justify the offense.
Well, again, I don't think we quite, or at least I don't think it's not established to me that it's explicitly Christian.
Right. Well, but we're denying that. We're saying that, like, yeah, I understand that, like, that there's plausible deniability here, but like,
okay,
but like, come the fuck on.
Yeah, like let's pretend we're stupid and it's not a depiction of like the Last Supper. The other option is what they're saying, literally associating trans and drag people with the god of like hedonism, which is fucking crazy to me that they would do this. So like, is that any better? And if it is, how? And if not, then why the fuck does it make sense to even include that?
Because, well, I think perhaps the performance, once again, specifically the dance show, the like ceremony at the end would have been specific to that, which is why Doobie's kind of pointing that out.
Sorry, was that?
That was you looked like confused or annoyed when he said like why are trans and drag queens being associated with Dionysus, and you kind of seemed to be annoyed with that.
I was just trying to piece his words together. But I yeah, it's fine.
Isn't this every Pride parade though? Like, there's always this like there's been consistently there's association with like non-straight relationships and just like total sexual debauchery, right? Balls, dicks hanging out everywhere, like a bunch of people dancing together.
Hanging out in pride parades. Pride parades actually. That's not a pride parade. Like, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, at the pride parade I went to in San Antonio, they had dicks hanging out.
See, Admiral Gibbs right there, dicks hanging out. Pride parade you just went to.
Yeah, that was like a couple weeks ago.
What do you think about that, Prime?
You're a dicks hanging out.
Well, given
Gibbs was there. Gibbs was there, and he saw dicks.
We were out there. I was getting wasted. It was cheap drinks. And there were a lot
of a lot of penises out, weren't there? There you go.
And this is the testimony counseling.
Yeah, I think there's a reliable here.
Gibbs, I want you to swear in the Bible. Wait. I don't think Gibbs was so drunk that he couldn't recognize a bunch of dicks.
You don't think so? Oh, you don't think so?
Gibbs. All right, Gibbs.
I've been drunk
were you so drunk that you couldn't tell there was a bunch of dicks hanging out everywhere?
That's what we do in court, right? We ask him, hey, were you actually so drunk that you couldn't drive? Right? I mean, like, we got this breathalyzer.
Fine. It was about him looking at dicks. I can't show it on stream. I can't show it on stream, but like I have seen this. I have seen like videos of conservative commentators going to these things, complaining to the police, "Hey, there's dicks out everywhere. What can you do about it?" And the police saying, "No, we really can't do anything about it because
I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Show me the dicks, please."
Well, I think the problem is I think here's the issue.
I'm waiting for the dicks.
Sure, I'll send you all the dicks you could ever want.
Thank you.
But I wanted to say, I think this is actually like this is something that's major that I think distinguishes the LGBTQ community in their quest for equal rights from almost any other community I can think of, including Black people, which is that the thing that they're looking for acceptance for is explicitly sexual, right? They want to have sex with a particular kind of person. And the sex itself is the thing that they want to normalize. Not just being Black, not just being there. They want to normalize the sex, right? That is the thing that defines them, right? The gay sex, that's the thing. Their sexuality, that's why we call it sexuality. So I think there's a reason why these pride parades are so overtly sexual and these drag shows are so overtly sexual. And you consistently see overtly sexual things associated with all these performances because that's the very nature of the thing that's being sought acceptance for. And I don't think that can be denied here. I think that needs to be like recognized when we're talking about these performances and the fact that these performances are being, we're having, in this case, it being associated with certain like sacred religious scenery. And then when it comes to drag shows, for example, there's concerns about children being present, right? These concerns are going to continue as long as we recognize that it is overtly sexual.
I don't even think the issue is that it's overtly sexual, right? If they just want to be, they don't want it to be illegal to have the sex that they want. I think most people would be okay with that.
But how do they demonstrate that support for that?
The issue is like, they're throwing their dicks in your face to get you to support it, which I think is what people have a problem with.
Right, but why would again, the question is why do they believe that throwing their dicks in your face is associated with the movement?
Well, I don't think most of them do. I think most gay, lesbian, LGBT people generally are just normal ass people, right? Who don't want to be associated with like outright fucking degenerate hedonism, right?
But they're not the activists though, right? They're not the people involved.
However, I think there is like the activist contingent, I think, tend to be people who are all about, we got to break all taboos, all traditional boundaries, all social mores need to be fought against, etc. I think those are the people that tend to be associated directly with all gay people, all trans people, whatever, and they fuck it up for everybody because they make very easy like screenshots and clips and all these things for people on the religious right, or just I don't even think you need to be religious to be opposed to this kind of stuff. People who aren't okay with this kind of like sexuality being just put all over the place in public, right, and being celebrated in this way. Like I think if they had a bunch of straight people do the Last Supper, but they were wearing like BDSM gear. I think you still have a massive fucking problem with that. Many people would not be okay with that.
Right,
I don't
but
think
like
specifically the trans thing. I think it's the context.
But Doobie, so I like in the same way, for example, that like a BDSM, like the BDSM community, for example, in the United States, most of them probably don't go around wearing like leather, like fucking harnesses and shit. Okay, but when we're talking about activists, people who are their intention is to normalize this behavior, how are they normalizing it? What are they doing? Well, I don't see how an activist. Yeah, exactly. I don't see how an activist for a BDSM like movement, who's specifically their goal is to normalize this behavior. Of course, they're going to wear this in public. Of course, they're going to act this way in public because that's their goal.
What?
And I think have you ever seen like one of these BDSM like fucking advocacy groups?
But hold on. Why are you associating a BDSM advocacy group with gay individual? Unless you're just changing the subject. If you're changing the subject, then never
Saying
mind.
the advocates of the groups are gonna perform.
Yes, yes, there is a level of performance when it comes to advocacy, right? When you advocate for something, there's a level of performance that is with that. And when you're advocating for something sexual, you're going to have sexual performances. When you're advocating for, right? This is what we've seen consistently.
I don't.
Otherwise, gay pride parades would be guys holding hands and not making out. That's
exactly.
If they were just trying to demonstrate relationships, it would be them holding hands, them going on dates. That would be what a pride parade would be. Rather, when you go to a pride event, typically it's it's a huge party. It's a huge party, which is fine.
That has seen dicks.
There's dicks everywhere,
and and it is a bunch of people wearing scandalous outfits.
Open tongue kissing.
There is a lot of short shorts and tank or like fishnets, and a lot of people are naked, which is fine. But he's saying that his point, if you're going to be an advocate for something that does innately have to do with sexuality, there's nothing outside of the thing that you're advocating for, unless it was relationships. But if that was the case, they'd be walking, holding hands, not making out in the streets.
Fine. Gay pride parades were outrageous previously. And the thing that they were actively fighting for at the time was to get married. That was the fight. Mm-hmm. The great gay pride was happening, and people were still being outraged for whatever reason. But at the time, like before it was legalized in this country,
I don't remember so many dicks.
Yeah,
he doesn't remember all the dicks. He doesn't rember all the dicks.
I don't remember all the dicks.
The
I
dicks have faded into memory. He's been watching.
Maybe I'm a victim of like Point USA, but
has been an avid watcher.
Hold
on. Lactoid has been an active watcher of gay pride parades, right? He's been keeping. He would consider himself a scholar of gay pride parades. He's been keeping track, and for his memory, he can't recall all the dicks from previously.
Maybe my brain has been poisoned by the Daily Wire. But I don't remember this many dicks at Pride.
Recent dicks he can remember, right? There's a limit amount how many dicks it can have, right? And then like the newest dick deletes the last dick.
So that's all terabyte of dick memory left.
There are only so many dicks I can tolerate at any one given performance.
I will say a couple things. If you go, when I was there, the Pride thing was like all day long. They were having the parade like all day in a certain area. It was all blocked off, and stuff like started around like 6 p.m. to like 9 p.m. was pretty tame, and then it got pretty wild. I will say this, though. I've also been to Hedonism Fest in New Orleans, and there's a lot of people that are naked walking around there. There was less naked people at Hedonism Festival than there was at the Pride Parade here in San Antonio that I went to. I'm just saying that's a little sussy whenever you're going to a Hedonism Festival and there's less nudity than there is at
Did you go to the same one the Workaholics went to?
I don't know what that is.
You don't watch Workaholics. Okay. Sorry, move on.
All right, it's fine.
I don't know.
I wanted to watch that show, but it wasn't streaming. I think it was a Viacom show, and Viacom just hates streaming in general, and so I couldn't find it, and so that's why I didn't watch it because I don't have a.
It's on Hulu now. Good watch.
Yeah.
It's also on the big heap. No big deal.
Okay.
For free.
I don't know. A lot of dicks, apparently.
A lot of fucking dicks. And this is the thing, Prime. And this is the thing, right? There's too many dicks. There's just too many dicks in public. And I could cut them in half. Not actually. Got like the number of dicks.
The visibility. Not the number of dicks. The visibility. Jesus.
Yeah. The number. You're right. Fair enough. The number is fine. I just want there to be something obstructing my view from the dicks. Remember going back to that perception conversation that we had before this, right? I cannot help but notice all the dicks surrounding me if I'm like near a pride parade because there's just dicks. There's just dicks, okay?
And they're out for what? They're out for attention.
Yeah, they're out for attention. They're looking for attention. Why are the dicks out? Let me ask you this. Normally people aren't walking with their dicks out. Why are the dicks out there? It's to do something. There's some kind of dick.
Why can't straight men walk with their dicks out? Why can't straight men go to the bar with their dicks out?
I don't think straight men should be able to walk out with their dicks out. But what I'm saying is that I'm concerned that we're looking at the dickification of this country.
It's awful.
And it's getting too bad. And,
too many dicks.
Lactoid's anti-patriarchy. Look at that.
I'm gonna put the perfect song for you, Lactoid, in the Discord chat. It's from Flight of the Conchords. I think we'll enjoy it.
But for real,
it better be It's Raining Men. If it's not It's Raining Men, you really
I'll take a look at it. But I just wanted to, in all seriousness, like the reason why there's all these dicks again is because the activist goal here is to normalize, right? That's the goal. That's always the goal. And when you look at that, you think, okay, like I understand, but is this goal overlapping with potential concerns that we have here? Is this goal overlapping with concerns regarding exposure of children to sexuality? Is this goal overlapping with, hey, the Olympics is supposed to bring people together. We're fucking doing the Last Supper, right? Maybe shit like this. It's what's?
I would say that like you are engaging in a bit of observational bias here. You don't. I'm guessing, Lacto, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Right? I'm guessing you don't engage within the gay movement.
I don't.
Within the gay liberation movement. I'm guessing like you haven't like really been a part of that struggle for very long, if at all, right? So the thing that you can engage
that would probably be accurate to say, yes.
Okay, great. So the thing that you can engage with is the most visible part of like gays asserting themselves, right? And that would be Gay Pride Parade. That's a thing.
And dicks, yes.
And all the dicks that just appear around Lactoid. Suddenly dicks. Maybe they're offering you something, maybe, friend. You're a very handsome guy. But and so your assertion here is that these activists, like, their main way of normalizing themselves is through like doing sexual acts, displaying themselves, because that's how you see them when you interact.
Yes, displaying their sexuality.
That's most apparent.
But literally, that's not the case for most of the movement, right? Most of the movement is like boring shit, right? Like creating a think tank, right? Or advocacy group. And then like writing papers and then lobbying their congressman. Do you think when they're lobbying their congressman for gay liberation, they're like their dicks are out? Would you assume?
Arguing.
I don't know. I'm assuming not. Okay, yeah, okay. But I will. But Ollie, I think, hit it on the head, which is like, just take a moment. If who I think by some people's estimates might be a relatively nuanced and astute observer, if my perception is like, when I hear about a gay pride parade, my immediate assumption is there will be sexuality there. There will be nudity. Oh, a drag performance. There will be sexuality there. There will be nudity, or simulated nudity, or some kind of simulated sex, or some kind of simulated cabaret performance, or some kind of simulated strip club performance. Why is this the association that I consistently have? Is it just bigotry? Or is there some kind of truth to this?
That's a perception that's given. That's the loudest. That's the loudest voices.
Because I think, Lactoid, you put no thought into drag performances previously before conservatives freaked the fuck out about
what. Can you name me one drag performance like that actually happens, like in a bar or whatever, that's not sexualized?
Wait a second. I was also going to follow with, I've never actually gone to a drag performance. Maybe if I see a large
they're pretty sexual.
Sample. Yeah,
pretty
so
wild,
like I'm saying. So guys, let me finish what I'm saying. What I if I went to them, maybe they'd all be sexual. Maybe it's 100% of them are sexual. Actually, I don't know because I haven't experienced them. But I'm saying that you actually put no thought into it previously, and I'm saying that like yes, the from what I know, the gay pride parades they are sexual. I don't know if there's like bare dicks everywhere. I don't know about that. But
There's
they,
also otter
they are-
dicks too.
Auto dicks.
There's banana
Jay-
hammocks.
Otter dicks.
Bear dicks.
Yeah, I'm
otter
proving to you right now that I know gay terminology. By the way,
that's
bears,
what you're doing.
otters,
Okay.
twinks. Right? I know all these
I
terms.
thought like
so
you're making a bestiality reference. Here,
Sus.
excuse me.
Real sus.
He's open to that
which
too.
is not beyond him. But and yes, so you associate. So why do most people associate when they think of trans individuals? A lot of people think of sex workers, right? Because their only exposure to trans individuals tends to be through sex work, right?
this group is also statistically much more likely to engage in sex work.
Yeah. But that's not like
Hold on,
all of them.
Is that a
correct?
real like association that people make? I mean, other than like the lady boys of
Yeah.
like Thailand or whatever the fuck, I've never heard of that being a big association.
Oh wait, but Prime to like Lacto's point, if that's the only thing that's being shown, right? If these are the loudest people, so like on TikTok, it's the trans activists, and it's usually they're obnoxious. These are the things that's being shown. Obviously, like he's not going to know. Most people aren't going to know every single individual trans. But he's saying that the perception that the advocates give is what the people are going to see, which is the problem with the act.
Okay, well then, sure. If you want to complain about extremists, go ahead. Sure, I agree. Like whatever. Like I don't like my point. I don't have to defend extremists like at all to make my argument. Yes, sure. People will do extreme things when we're talking about activism. No matter what the activism is, you'll find extremists within that activism movement, right? Doing things that embarrass the rest of the movement. Okay, whatever. So what? That's not extraordinary, right? In fact, you would agree, Lactid, because you've talked about this many times before.
I think the difference is that when those people do extreme things that embarrass the movement, there are people who aren't doing those extreme things like you, who will defend them, right? And will say that actually, hey, it's not that extreme. It's actually okay to do drag shows in front of kids. Like I think that's the difference.
Well, I don't know if drag shows are problematic in front of kids, depending on whether or not they actually have some sexual element to them or if they are being like overly provocative, because there have been examples of conservatives freaking out about drag shows that had absolutely no sexual elements to them and they were dressed
like to see
fairly
that.
conservatively.
There's also examples of conservatives freaking out about drag shows that do have overtly, like a drag queen
Correct.
Christmas, for example, in Florida and
That's
Tennessee.
why I said it's a yes. If there are overtly
in
sexual,
all those
like,
cases, you had people on the left
yeah.
who were defending the drag shows, even though they had overtly sexual like
Right.
overtones.
Or defending the blatant like gay pornography that's being
Also,
put
what's the
in elementary
percentage of drag
schools.
shows that aren't overtly sexual?
What was that book, Doobie? The
The one where the little boy jerks off the other little boy, or is it
well, I don't think it was that one, but that's one of them that I have a problem with. But then there was the genderqueer as well, right? The one that DeSantis got so much flack for banning, right? Like I think you're right here when you're just like, oh, okay, like we see the activists come out in force in support of this, and then like, where is the counter movement, right? Where is well, fuck, this is crazy. We probably shouldn't do that.
like even here, Prime? So like even with the Olympics, right, to drag us all the way back, I think it's a no-brainer that this is offensive. I think it's a no-brainer that it's intentionally offensive. Otherwise, why do it? What's not relevant to the Olympics at all? But even if we were to leave that alone, right, you still have overtly sexualized people with children dancing on stage on international television, and you're still here defending it. So, like at some point, it's not just that extreme people do extreme things; it's that extreme people do extreme things, and people who aren't extreme defend them.
Sorry. I didn't see the whole performance, so I honestly cannot judge the performance. I'm just talking about this moment where supposedly they did the Last Supper stance, right? It's the only thing that I'm talking about. So I don't know about the rest. Maybe the rest I'd find objectionable. I don't know. I to be honest, just haven't seen it. Just saw the clips. But because I don't give a fuck about the Olympics. except for USA winning the most gold medals because fuck yeah.
Based.
But so I haven't defended anything else like that. My defense has been narrow here, right? That
Yeah, but Prime, to be clear though, that also happened during this portion of the ceremony show. So right behind Dionysus with his ass cheeks out and the little piece of cloth covering his dick were children, like on either side of him. So like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. So
okay,
I think
hold on. At that point, okay, all right. Well, then make that your objection, right? If
That's part
that's
of
the
the objection.
objection, but that wasn't the objection that we've been talking about the entire goddamn time, right? You brought it up previously, you did, but I'm saying that wasn't the focus of the conversation, and that wasn't the focus of most of the criticism made by conservatives. I'm sure some of them made that objection, but like the focus was on the Last Supper image. Let's be clear. So that was the problem, right? And so that's the thing that we were
It's
addressing.
all of it though. So it's not even just the Dionysus thing. It's also the Pale Rider thing that I mentioned earlier. The four horsemen of the apocalypse thing. It's also the fucking the
Marie
Marie
Antoinette.
Antoinette thing, right? That's also something people were really offended about, upset about, because they had like I'll post a picture in our group chat for you.
I've seen,
it was the
I've seen
whole
Marie
performance.
Antoinette thing.
Yeah, the whole thing was intentionally provocative.
The Last Supper was just like the direct thing that you could point at and be like, this is an addition to like the nail in the coffin.
I haven't seen all of it, so I'm not going to expand my defense for things that I didn't see. So I'm not going to.
Well, Prim, like imagine that I'm telling the truth, right? That there were children behind that guy, who was wearing like some kind of speedo thing with his actually. I don't think it was a speedo because it looked very loose on his dick, or he just has an extremely tiny dick. I don't know. It was like flat, but his dick was there. I assume under that piece of cloth.
Okay.
So right behind him, children, and these like half naked drag queens or whatever. Like, is that okay? Like, so if that did happen,
sure. I if you're assuming you're right, sure, not okay. I don't have to defend that.
Okay. Yeah, we agree on that then.
Okay.
I'm still confused how you're defending that it wasn't a mockery if it was the Last Supper that was being depicted, and it was with like drag queens and a woman and so on and so forth. I don't see how that wouldn't be a mockery.
I don't see why it would be a mockery. Inherently a mockery. It could be a mockery. Maybe like the point was to be a mockery. Might have been. But it not on its face. On its face is all I can judge, right? I can't judge the inner intentions. You're right.
And you can't see how religious people
You're correct.
See that as a mockery of their religious figures.
To
have drag queens and trans people and a woman depicting Jesus. You can't see how like
I can't I can see how conservative piss babies would cry about this. No, I get that. I hear you. That they are offended. It's not like I don't understand
about religious normies.
Their objections, right?
Prime, this is Prime. You can't do the religious piss baby thing when you're on the side of the microaggression people. Right, well, you can't use that word or mention black people's hair because it's a microaggression and it's racist, yada yada.
Right,
you can't take that position on things, but also pretend that it's not offensive.
I love how you're strawmanning me, but okay.
Oh God.
I love how you just like random strawman. Naritas, thank you for the 300 bits, which was a while ago, but thank you for the 300 bits, Naritas. And I think he was probably yelling at me. But thank you, Naritas.
As long as there's money.
As long as the money, please yell at me with more money. I love it when you yell at me with money. But yeah, guys, substitute. I'll get back to you, Deep, in a second. Substitute channel, give biffs or the biffs. Now I got the lips. It's give bits or give subs. Consider helping us out. We haven't got much support today, so if you're out there, got Amazon Prime Gaming. How about the channel? How about the channel? Got much support. So help us out. If you like this, us people proving Prime wrong, maybe, right? Theoretically, not really, but trying their best. Then support the channel, right? So that Ollie can come back and try again next week, right? Thank you, Ico Rich, for the 300 bits. He says, from the French Revolution, we have the following quote: Man will never be free until the last king is strangled with the entrails of the last priest. Holy fuck!
Wait, Iko, if you're still here, I'd love to hear Iko's opinion on this.
Well, what he's saying is that man will never be free. Quote: Man will never be free until the last king is strangled with the entrails of the last priest. End quote. And then he
almost
says,
like I was saying earlier.
This is totally
Wait,
on
hold
brand
on.
to France.
I think I'd have the same response to Aiko that I did to Corey, which is that half the population of France are Catholic. Right? The vast majority of the population are religious in some way. So like I don't know why I would say that the culture for France is to like mock Christianity or mock the church or whatever.
It's I don't know. Okay,
It might be like a subculture or one of the cultural strains, but I don't think
their government is like anti-religious or whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
they're anti-clerical, I believe is the word that Iko likes to use all the time.
Yeah.
Hold on. 1 second. I think you're 300 bits from Neritas, who said "Bad faith ass tonight." I'm guessing that's directed at me. And that's okay. We still love you, Neritas. Anyway, we're close to a hype train. Guys, consider helping us out. Help us this channel for this content, right? These people to come together and to get highly upset at each other over drag performances, apparently, right?
And all the dicks.
And all the dicks. Considering how Admiral Gibbs being a real one, helping us out with getting us up.
On that note, I actually have to leave because the store closes in 45 minutes and I have to get back go. So
okay. All right, bye.
I'm paying to leave.
Take care,
Thank you for having me. Y'all be good.
Because of the kindness of our friend Admiral Gibbs, we are at the level 1 hype train, 36% done. That's oh my god, I'm not mathing today. I can't do the
64% left.
64,
yeah, this is what happens when you challenge God. Okay,
64%.
Took your speech from you just like the people at Babel.
64% left. Oh, let's get to a little bit hydrate. Something you give bits or give subs. If you're out there, now's the time. Perfect time. Get your emotes, especially hype train emotes. You'll get after viewing and our emotes, and you'll keep me up and running and keep me warm at night. So if you like the channel, support, like the content, or even if you don't like me, right? If you like the other people and the points they were making, consider helping out the channel. Buy a sub into the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, I'm still keeping track of super chats and memberships. So if you want to support there, that'd be fantastic as well. Help us out. So anyway, 3.5 minutes on this hype train. Help the hype train. Keep it going. All right. So one of you was going to say something.
Well, yeah, I was gonna to I guess maybe push back on what Doobie was saying, was like whatever half the population of France is Catholic. I don't know if I'm totally speculating, so I may very well be wrong. But I believe I would suspect, or I'm speculating, that they're Catholic in the same vein as, like, let's say Cal Rich is Catholic. As in, I don't know for sure, but I'm reasonably sure he's okay with mockery of the Catholic faith or the Christian faith.
Who was that directed towards?
No, that was just to respond to what Doobie's point about half of the population of France is Catholic or Christian.
I think the issue here is that, like, France has a political you'll have Iko is the best person to actually make this case because he knows the history here. But they have a very specific political tradition, is anti-clerical. They're the anti-religious in their and very secular. Well, not secular. They want secular wasn't the word you use, but like it's a distinctly different tradition than what America perceives as the separation of church and state. Very different views on that, right? Despite so many of them being Catholic. So I don't think it interacts in the same ways that we would expect here. So, but again, I'm not the guy to do it.
Can I just quickly ask? I know we're coming to the end. Is anybody here, like, was anybody here planning on defending that Steven Van de Velde guy for the second topic?
Not really. No.
I think he should have been executed.
Okay. All right. I don't even think we have to talk about him really at this point. I think everybody here.
Well, no, I'm a little bit.
Him.
I don't. I think he should be dead, and I think that country should be barred from the Olympics.
Am I muted? Am I?
No.
No,
we can hear you,
friend.
Okay. I just I don't have an issue with him being invited or being there at all. I would assume like it seems a little bit weird when people like him normally aren't allowed to like live in certain places and have to be like certain distances away from schools and stuff like that. Obviously, they have underage people at the Olympics, and so I would hope that there's some sort of provisions made and some sort of protections there, especially after the whole fiasco with like the girls Olympic squad and the camps that they had in Texas, the ranch stuff that was going on in there, that like you would make a pretty concerted effort to make sure that there are provisions there. But I
One
don't
second.
think that you
Hey,
qualify
save the
across
hype
board.
train. We have 30 seconds left. Consider saving the hype train. Sub to channel. Get before it's too late. Save the hype train. Sub to channel. Now's the time. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock. Consider all the good stuff we provide for you weekly. So if you're out there, you find yourself about a sub badge, how about the channel or resub and all that good stuff. To help out the hype train. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that here on the channel. Support us. We need your help. But all right, go ahead.
But yeah, that's pretty much the whole thing. I don't think he should be disqualified from the entire
Well,
event.
yeah.
Yeah,
so
you're
I fully agree with Doobie. I think he should be disqualified from
Why? What's your
more than
Yeah,
just the Olympics?
No, hold on. I didn't say that. I said he should be killed. I think he should be executed.
Well, I think he should be disqualified from a lot of things. Yeah,
And I think the Netherlands, because I mean, it's
disqualified
fucking-
from life?
It should be a national embarrassment, right? The Olympics are meant to put forward, hey, here are the people representing our nation. Here are the best of our people. He's a fucking child rapist. No, he should absolutely.
It's not
the worst, the worst kind of child rapist, by the way.
The Netherlands.
The Olympics
not
is
the
the
worst.
best people. It's just whoever competes the best at the sport that they care about.
Michael
That's
Jordan
it.
wouldn't have been
He's
allowed
not-
to
It's
go
more
to
than
the
that. It's more than that.
He's
No,
not,
it's not.
Well, first of all, he's literally not. To be clear, this is my problem. So we actually have to discuss this. That's why I'm glad you brought it up here. We should discuss this next
I
week.
only have a little time left, so yeah.
Because we actually we don't have definitely have time to do
He
this justice.
raped a 12-year-old three times.
I understand what he did. I'm not. Hold on. To be clear, I'm not defending him. Not defending the child rapist. Let's be very clear what I'm doing here. Right? I'm saying that I'm scaling. You said specifically he's the worst. Like, and if you think that's the worst that a person can do to a child, then you are surely mistaken. You don't know the depths of the
No. I'm saying he's in the worst category of child rapist. This isn't like, oh, she was 17 and he was 19. This is, she was 12, he raped her 3 times, and then she overdosed on drugs coping with it.
No, she didn't. Well, she didn't. I don't think she overdosed. I
Well,
think
Yes,
was, like,
she did.
I believe
overdosed,
afterwards
used,
she
drugs.
self-harmed.
Quote, the victim expressed feelings of guilt and had been self-harming and once overdosed. Facts that caused the judge to give Van de Velde a scathing rebuke during the case.
Fair enough. Okay.
When you say she overdosed, a lot of people are going to make it sound like, or they're going to hear that she died, and so yeah.
So she's still alive, but she overdosed in the sense of like coping with her rape.
Fair enough. But that's.
I overdosed having to listen.
I was just saying there are worst child.
Yes, there's always worse. There's always worse. There's like some fucking warlord in China who's like pulling people's fingernails out. I get it.
We don't even have to go that far. But hold on, but this not. Sorry, don't get distracted by that. Don't get distracted. The point is to say that like I disagree with Doopy's statement there. And well, actually, I don't know what my feelings are completely on this topic, and I like to explore them because they're not as clear cut. And to be clear, this person is a rapist, and they should be labeled as such. And we should never forget that. True, absolutely.
Oh wait, and here's why. By the way, here's why he's the worst kind, right? So after he did this, right, people were like a little bit iffed, right? Hey, we're not really big fans of like raping children, not a big thing upon the general consensus. And his response was that he said, quote, after his release in 2017, Van de Velde complained about all the nonsense reporting on his crime to the media, claiming that the term pedophile did not apply to him without expanding further.
Okay, I don't know why.
All the nonsense. Wait, when you refer to that as all the nonsense,
okay,
about people reporting on what you did. when you rape a 12-year-old?
Well, so
I'm not. To be clear, I'm not defending this person. I just don't understand why that makes this.
Yes. Okay.
Worse.
Because there's no what's
calling the
term?
reporting nonsense. He's minimizing what happened, and he's saying that it's worse that the reporting happened, and he's aggravated with the reporting versus aggravated with the actions that he did.
So I'm just gonna quote the National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children here. How they characterized it was, quote, his lack of remorse and self-pity is breathtaking, which I think that anybody who is released after 13 months on a 4-year sentence for raping a 12-year-old 3 times. He only spent 13 months. He was released,
extradited back to, I believe, the Netherlands, and they reduced his sentence. Originally, he was, because also, to add to the story, because I'm pretty aware of the details, because I believe he traveled from the Netherlands to the UK to specifically meet this child. Okay,
and he gave her alcohol.
And he got her drunk. And he did the horrific things, and then he was convicted, I believe, in the UK, and then he was extradited to the Netherlands. That reduced his sentence.
So hold on, let's save.
So apparently the Netherlands thinks this is okay. 13 months at least. That's what they think.
Let's save this because apparently there's lots of emotions on this. Okay, fair enough. This is why I think it's good to talk about. I don't necessarily I don't know what my feelings are here as to whether this person should be included or not. But so I'm gonna leave it at that. So we'll say that for next week, and we'll get fired up and we'll yell at each other, and we'll just take we'll be bad faith with one another. It'll be fun. But okay.
Should we say it? It'll be fun.
Okay, so we'll move we'll move past this. All right. Thanks, Psycho Rich, was the 100 bits afterwards. Keep in mind the French were willing to die over a Muhammad cartoon. Yeah. All right. We'll end things here. Thanks all for coming through. This is a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. And I thank you all, like some of my hardcore participants who always come through and like want to participate and want to engage with these topics. Like, this wouldn't have been anything without you, so I really appreciate you all. Like to it, thanks for always being around. I was just complimenting you previously, like someone else I was on BC with, talking about how you're such a good faith person to have conversations with, and I'm always grateful that you show up on the panels, and you have like this incredibly long unbroken streak. So like as always, very heartfelt thanks to you, friend.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you having me on. I know we're going to talk about it later, but I'm going to say that the thing that offended me about the Olympics was the fact this guy got on the Olympics, right? Far more than any fucking opening ceremony could ever do. So for however much shit that France should get, I think the Netherlands should get infinitely more for their mishandling of this situation. So I look forward to pooping on this person next panel. This person deserves to be verbally pooped on, and it's going to be great. If you like what I had to say today, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Look at Lactoid, all right, putting his fetish out there in front of all the world to see, all right? Like, oh, your
dicks
poop
and
fetish.
feces. Those are his two things.
That's all we've heard about this entire time, all right? Like, keep it in your pants, all right? All of it, there, all right? So, thank you, Lactoid. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for stopping by, being great and wonderful.
Always a pleasure, and always grateful to be invited to be here, and to engage with these wonderful people, as best I can. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CoreCam84. I'm a biochemist. I cover science and research and news, and I do biochemistry lectures. You can find me on Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Tom, Doobie, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Next we go to our friend, our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie, who came in, was great. Great objections from you as usual. Always a challenging person to argue against. Thanks so much, friend.
Yeah, I just want to say that I disagree with Lactoid. I think he needs to be shit on physically, like literally, until he dies. I think that you guys need to, like, there's something wrong with your brain, right? I need to say this, where if you don't feel like some of these people actually just deserve to die and should die, and should be killed by the government, of course, I think there's. I just think you need to rethink things. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. I think we're at like just under 90,000 people now, I think. Hundreds of people active in the voice channels all day, thousands in the text channels. Yeah, it's a very chaotic place.
Exclamation point, Doobie in chat if you want a link. Okay. Next, we go to our friend Tom, who was here for some of the panel. All right, he was mostly engaging in lactoids fetish, and taking his shit off camera. But Tom, I still appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, sorry, I was a bit late and having some medical issues today, but appreciate you having me
on. And we hope you are back on your feet, or at least just feel better soon.
Appreciate it.
And thank you also for providing the opening entertainment with your past dramas.
Don't worry, it's not gonna end anytime soon, so we're still going.
I think you're great. As far as from people describe the controversy to me, right? Like our friend Ali described the controversy, and if he described it accurately, well, I think you're still great, Tom. And I don't think those bad things about you.
Appreciate it.
And Ali, thank you for coming through. This was nice. I knew this would be a good topic for you. Which would be like I think this was one you actually suggested this topic. That's right. You also suggested I do this topic. I should have given you credit. Shout out to our friend Ali. He actually hit me up over the weekend and suggested the topic. But I robbed a Middle Eastern man of his flowers, so I do apologize for that. But yeah, you did a great job. So thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think it was interesting to see you be so bad faith about this topic. I'm not gonna lie. It was fun. It was fun, but you stuck to your guns and your convictions, and I really like that. If anyone wants to find me, I'm Sociologic 2Ls, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Thanks so much for having me, Prime, Corey, Tom, and fucking other guy. What a lactoid. Always a pleasure.
Yeah. Doobie, like as soon
Doobie just leaves.
As soon as Muslims talk, he can't stand it and he fucks off. But okay, well, that's the thing. Does anyone want to stick around and talk some more, or I don't know? What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna be sticking around.
Okay, what do you guys want?
I gotta bounce. I
like 5-10 minutes.
What do you got to do? Lactoid. What do you got up?
I fucking work every morning. It sucks. I know. We've talked about how much it sucks.
It's only 11:30 though.
I say, what kind of man needs more than 3 hours of sleep?
Just Lactoid, can you just your elevator pitch as to why? Okay, without giving future content away, but why the person should not be allowed to compete after they've served their sentence and paid their dues, so to speak, 10 years later.
They didn't pay their dues. Fuck that.
They didn't pay their dues.
They didn't pay their dues.
If they served a decade.
Just to be clear, for the type of crime that he committed, and other crimes generally, people have this kind of conception of criminal justice in the sense of, oh, they're all done now. Like blank slate, all back to normal. But that's not how I view punishment, right? I view punishment as multi-segmented, which is that for some crimes, it should stick around for the rest of your life. And there's different phases of punishment. So there's the imprisonment phase, in which for what he did, he'd be in prison or in a forced labor camp for 45 years. And then when he got out after the 45 years, then he would be on a list that would prevent him from engaging in the Olympics, from working at any kind of job associated with children, from et cetera, right? There'd be certain severe restrictions. But he'd be ostensibly free, I guess, in certain regards. And there's a very limited amount of crimes that I'd put into this harsh punishment category. But what he did would fit into this harsh punishment category. Murder, I think, would be, for me, murder is automatically life. I don't like to give, unless there's extenuating circumstances that make it particularly it was, I guess it was murder, but holy shit, it was kind of self-defense, but not really. I could be a little bit more lenient on that. But if it's cold-blooded, planned homicide, that's going to be life. And I do think we should replace prisons with forced labor camps. Go ahead.
let's hold off on that because I really want to engage with this because I have like a lot of thoughts on it. Some
Yeah,
not
so
so
I'm not going to respond, but
Yeah.
I just want to know.
Yeah. Some
Farming
not
you
so
for the info, Lactoid.
If I read, just so you're aware, like when you read the Wikipedia and you read the articles about this guy, not only do I feel like just disgusted and it's horrific to look at the details of this guy and how little remorse he has, but I also like am very vitriolic towards the Olympics and the Netherlands and their committee that chose him to participate and chose him to represent their country. When you choose someone to represent your country like this, is that the country? Like, is that what the country is? The kind of country that selects people like this to be their flag bearers. Is that what they are?
Okay, save your fire. Because I really want to engage with you on this later on. Because
Okay, love you. Bye bye.
yeah,
Take care, Tom. Feel better.
Tom. Yeah, feel better, Tom. Yeah, I really want to engage with you on this later on. That'll be fun and great. But yeah, thanks for being here, Lactoid. Going a bit early because I've seen Lactoid on these nights stay up much later, and now he's like a grandma. And I'm going
what a loser!
Yeah, I gotta take his dentures out, right?
My 91-year-old grandmother's still up.
Listen, I'll be honest. Like, do you like sake? You guys ever have sake?
I don't drink alcohol or rice alcohol.
That could be a little bit of why I'm a little bit tired. More so, I mean, that's associated with this. But like, yeah, I do have work every morning. Now, look, I mean, maybe one day I'll have, I'll win the lottery, right? I bought a lottery ticket. It's somewhere here. And if I win the lottery, I'll be able to be on here much later and every day. It'll be sick.
Find the ticket.
I'm surprised
I found it right here.
I feel like you'd be the exact type of guy to like never play the lottery. Like,
yeah, I would have gambled on that too.
Yeah, I recognize, like, I ride a motorcycle. You don't think that I'm a risk-taking person? I'm a risk. I've got a high risk appetite. Okay,
he deals with crystals.
Unwise.
I feel crystals, Corey.
He bought the ticket. And he put it under the crystal that is for luck.
I haven't done that, but I'm going to do it now. That's brilliant. Oh my God, Ali. Thank you. I almost lost because I didn't think of that. I'll put it right. I'll put it right.
Let me get like 2%. 2% off the top.
I'll put it right by my crystals next to my tarot cards. I'm gonna put it right there.
Oh God, Lactoid.
I would think that you're not like a lottery type person.
I'm not kidding, by the way. I actually got
because of course.
You actually bought those with your own money.
Yeah.
I'm not going to leech off the government. I buy everything with my own money.
Lactoid plays this smart, all right? He has all these he has the motorcycle, the tarot cards, the crystals. Very inviting environment he has going for him.
No, he's appeal to the largest demographic of women. The motorcycles, the tarot cards. You want those crystal mommies is what he's going after.
No, I know. I have all this shit. And like, it's like built to bring the women in. And then they hear me talk about, I don't know, the topic we first talked about in this discussion. And then all of a sudden, they don't want anything to do with me anymore. I don't know why. It's a bizarre kind of.
It could be your multiple instances of saying all the dicks. And then
that. Yeah, I don't know. And then all of a sudden,
just a multifaceted person, Lactoid.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's crazy. No, but I love you guys, and good. I can't wait to shit on this guy later. It's gonna be great. And I appreciate
we know how you feel about
it. I'm genuinely angry. So not at you guys, obviously, but Netherlands.
Yeah.
I understand.
We'll engage with it. I'll save this topic. That's if I don't forget.
Please don't forget.
If you send that, you guys can send me a message.
I could remind you. Well, so just maybe this could be a coincidence, but I believe I sent you at least a version of the story at one point.
Yeah. It was you who sent me this, and I switched to that. I was going to do something else, but I switched to your. So shout out to Corey. So remind me, and then I won't forget when someone tells me what to do. All right, buddy, have a good one.
All right, catch you later.
Take care, Lactoid. Be well.
Be well, friends. Be well.
All right, what else do we want to talk about? We want to badmouth Lactoid now that he's gone? Is that
that loser? Did you watch the most recent episode? I haven't watched it. Yeah.
You haven't?
But I heard it's supposed to be great. Amazing.
I did watch it, and I wanted to talk
Episode of
about
what?
it. A House of the Dragon.
Oh, right.
I
need to catch up.
So Corey, he's failed me. Okay.
I did.
Like I expect better of you. But yeah, well, then let's talk about it like later on this week before the season finale next week. So it's really good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what was it actually? All I've heard was like, oh, amazing. Like it actually has episode 7 was amazing.
Yeah, I heard this was a good. I don't watch the show, but I'm hearing talks.
Is it another Red Wedding type scene?
This episode was supposed to make up for the season. The season
that
was supposed to be
the
trash.
highlight of the old show.
But anyway, thanks for being here, Echo. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I mean, a couple of people mentioned that they wanted to hear what I thought about the France thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure you anticipated what I think, which is, first of all, historically, it's totally on brand for the French for the reasons that I suggested in chat. Like, can't imagine anyone would expect anything different from the French. And it, if they were willing to die over a Muhammad cartoon, like they're certainly willing to brave the occasional mild criticism that's going to come from the Christian world. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think they have to worry about that at all. But to Doobie's point that they're 50% Catholic, yeah, that's kind of true, but they're also 50% Christian, which is to say, there's a few other types of Christianity that exist in France. They
50% Protestant.
Yeah, the thing that's no, right. I'm saying that they're 50% Catholic and they're 50% Christian, which means there are no Protestants there. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but not that much of one. And the really amazing number coming out of there isn't that they're 50% Catholic; it's that they're 50% atheist, or something close to it. And I mean, it depends on which number you look at. I think they were something like at 47 or 48%. Other. The Rise of the Nuns you've heard of, but you won't see a number like that in America, like nowhere close. So the fact is, a lot of people and in Europe it's a different story too. There's a lot of people who are. Do you remember Anders Breivik?
Yeah,
the guy who murdered a ridiculous number of people in Norway or whatever.
Yeah, at that
he calls himself Catholic. Like, it's not he's culturally Catholic, which is to say he wants to use it as a distinguisher between them and other people, and he hates multiculturalists. So the thing that he trolls multiculturalism with is by identifying as Catholic. It's like that's what he thinks Catholicism is. Like, he doesn't actually believe in Jesus or anything that was said in the Gospels. He's just, and that to a less extreme way, a lot of European Catholics, and also, to be fair, like mainline Protestants, like Lutherans and Episcopalians and those types, are pretty much culturally so. I mean, just go to Ireland and see how many people call themselves Catholic, but haven't seen the inside of a church in decades. They call themselves that as a way of not being orange, like as a way of not being, as being against England. So Catholic there is almost a secular term. It's really weird how it works over there, but churches are going out of business in Europe. Like, they're being converted to like museums and shit.
Yeah, I think that. Well, so obviously I didn't put it as eloquently as you, but that's the argument that I attempted to make in terms of my views on it. In terms France, as Doobie said, half the population is whatever, Catholic or Christian, but whatever. It's sort of like in name only, or it's clearly a different version of Christianity, at least in my mind, than the people who are complaining on social media. And I sort of, I invoked you in terms of the fact that you identify as Catholic, and I'm reasonably sure you're probably not all that offended on whatever the depiction that occurred. But I'm curious how you would respond. I'm going to attempt to steelman Doobie's and I think Lactoid's argument, or try to summarize it, but I could be wrong, where they put forth essentially the idea that the Olympics is about bringing people together Okay, so they shouldn't be essentially like so divisive, as in they shouldn't try to intentionally offend anybody or large swaths of people, and therefore going about it this way was, in bad taste or poor taste.
I mean, it was in poor taste. I just don't give a shit that it was in poor taste. And the thing is, it's also like these are the people who think Jerry Lewis was the greatest comedian who ever lived. Right? They're not exactly known for their taste, right? When it comes to entertainment, I'm sure you're familiar with that up there in Canada, right? Like, there's a lot of French people up there, like French-speaking people.
Celine Dion was part of the opening ceremony. Jesus.
Yeah. See, there you go. I don't know if the French Canadians like Jerry Lewis like that, but okay. But I think. Wait. Oh, sorry. The video. I'm not in on the video stream, so your video is lagging, so I'm not getting all the feedback. But yeah, I can't be. People were surprised or offended that the French did something disrespectful to a church that they literally rebelled against like centuries ago and have had that as part of their culture ever since, celebrating it. Like,
I don't know if as many people are like as educated on you in the subject. Like, before talking to you, I didn't realize know like how anti whatever like France was and how this was. So like I think the average person doesn't necessarily know.
I tried to make that argument of like during the during the opening ceremonies, it's a celebration of their culture, and France has a culture of like being offensive or being anti-religion.
I said that too. That they said, but I'm saying for the vast majority of people who are watching, they probably don't know the history nor even care to like learn the history, and they just saw the opening event as something that would be offensive. And then like to icon, like maybe you can type in on the little argument me and Pride were having. Would not most religious people, maybe they weren't offended, but would they not see it offensive to have Jesus, if that was the Last Supper, would that not be an offensive depiction to like religious people? Not that they would be offended or they would do anything about it, but that they would, like, they just wouldn't agree with that image.
Yeah, I don't blame them for having, like, somebody asked me if I was offended in chat, and my answer was, no, I'm not offended, but if I were in charge of the opening ceremonies, I would not have approved it. Like, I would understand that. Yeah, I don't think it's an appropriate thing, right? But I think the French revel in being inappropriate in many ways. And also, like, you can look at the symbolism of it and say, okay, these were pagan gods that they were depicting, and they were trying to create some sort of a parallel between some famous imagery in Christianity and putting like pagan gods in there, saying that there is some like common experience between those like sort of two traditions. Be interesting to see what a pagan thought of this, and there are pagans, and I'm kind of curious as if they thought it was disrespectful to pagans to have them like put on Christ's table or whatever. I don't know. I don't know how they would respond to that. So I think it's fair to say that it was offensive. I don't have a problem saying that it was offensive. Do I feel the sting of it?
Was intentionally offensive? Like, do you think it was just?
It could just be that just the people cultural at a table milieu. Maybe the artist intended some offense in it. I wouldn't be shocked at that. But I can also see the cultural milieu in which France exists, to where a lot of the people like pulling the trigger on approving these things might not have seen the offense. Like, it just might not have occurred to them. In the same way that you say you don't necessarily understand all the French history, there are a lot of people in France who really don't understand the religiosity of a lot of countries that are not France. Like, a lot of Catholics there are just kind of like, if Catholics there kind of have to be able to live with people who are, first of all, more people in France are offended by the Catholic Church. That you should have seen the reaction. Like I was there, close to 20 years ago. Yeah, no, it was 20 years ago, and I can tell you that any mention of the Catholic Church got you a lot of rebuke and judgment, especially because we were on. It was it was in the middle of the scandal. Some of the latest revelations of the scandal, of the pedophilia scandal, was still like sort of rocking everywhere. Like, also, like I did the Camino de Santiago about 10 years ago, which was a 500-mile walk across France and Spain. And at one point I fell in with a bunch of of Irish people, Southern Irish. So they were like, or, Republic of Ireland. So they were, nominally Catholic, right? But Ireland was going through their own particular version of that scandal. And they lost a shit ton of parishioners over that. And even the people, they continue to call themselves Catholic because they're not going to be a dirty Protestant, not after what the Protestants did to their island. But at the same time, they weren't Catholic in the religious sense anymore. Like, it was just purely sort of a cultural thing for them. They didn't trust priests. There was a lot of anger. So that, if you looking at a skit like that versus the pedophilia scandal, which one's going to offend me as a Catholic more? It's not even close. Not even close.
Okay. Fair.
I think that was really a point, and this is not, I'm not trying to say this to like attack Ali or anything like that. I'm just like relating to his previous point that like he said, like, they should have known this, and it's good to to remind ourselves that we're all in our own bubbles, and it's not an inconceivable possibility that within their bubble they really would not have seen this coming, like, at all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened with H&M in Sweden, like maybe like 3-4 years ago, with they had the black kid wearing the shirt that said "coolest monkey in the jungle"?
I vaguely remember that headline.
So there was a huge spark about that. Or when Gucci did the ski mask, and it was blackface technically because it was a black and then with the red lips.
I don't remember this, but like,
so Gucci did that. There's a whole thing against Gucci, and then there was the H&M thing.
How much was this mask? Probably like $10,000 because it was Gucci.
Yeah, it was an expensive mask. It was an expensive blackface mask. But like, so then when the people were offended here, do you think that like offense was like justified, or do you think that the response of, well, hey, in our country, we didn't see this as racist. He's just the coolest kid in the jungle, just happened to be the coolest monkey in the jungle, just happened to be in the black kid. Like, do you accept that like response, or do you think that like the people should have known better and then should have attempted?
Is this to me?
Yeah, I guess both of you, but yeah.
Yeah. I think it should have a bit of grace in these situations, and not be so reactionary. Even though like it happens to the best of us, right? We see something, especially when the age of the internet, where we're presented with a thing, and we don't even have the full context. Okay, did this occur in another country, right? Like, your first reaction is like, okay, I'm offended by this thing that usually is quite offensive. But I try to remember that leads to disaster. So there was a I brought this example up before, and I'm going to butcher it because I'm forgetting some of the details here. But it was basically like a boy band, like a K-pop boy band or something, and they were touring, and I think it was like the Philippines, and they were like, hey, like happy to see you all, a Negro, right? Or I think Negro was the word they used, or something like that, or Negro or something. But it was a word that sounded offensive to black people, but like, it was literally the name of a town in like the Philippines, right? But the immediate reaction was, how could you, right? And they should ban, and those Asians, you know how much they hate black people in general, right? I'm like, let's pull back, and understand that everyone is living within our own cultural context here.
That's fair.
I think it's fair to your point previously, right, with your brought up, I think it's fair to think about these things, right, to try to take an internationalist perspective, if it's an internationalist event. So I will give you that. But you will be offending someone somewhere. That's the thing, right? And it only matters if it's like a politically relevant group that we even discuss it, right? Because we don't give a shit if it's too small, right? If like the Sikh population, which is like extremely tiny, if they had done something, right, that we hadn't recognized, but like they found offensive to Sikh religion, and people were complaining on Twitter, like, what? Not a thing. It's not a problem. And it doesn't make international news. But still, their offense, I don't know, is just as valid as anyone else's offense, then, right?
Okay,
But yeah,
I got you.
yeah. So
Yeah,
I
those
am going to take
also-
off, fellas.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
listen
my
to you.
friend.
I'll hear you out.
Take care, Ali.
I'll get out of
Be
here.
well.
I'm going to hear out
Bye,
iCloud
Ali.
and I'll get out of here.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for having me so late. I have debate camp going on right now, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so same thing struck me. Remember when you had those blackface scandals, like in Virginia, with the governor and the lieutenant governor and the AG, like they all just came out at once. And then you had another one with Justin Trudeau in Canada. And it like destroyed the careers of those statewide politicians in Virginia. And it was like a bump on the road for Trudeau. And that difference was
Well,
because
a little bit more than a bump, but yeah, you're largely correct.
it didn't have, I mean,
Yeah, he's still prime minister. Didn't have the same political ramifications. You're totally right.
yeah,
about that.
there's no,
Pause for a
and the
quick
reason
second.
why,
Pause for a quick second. Just want to get this out there before it's too
Oh, yeah.
long. So Adel, thank you for the 300 bits. He says
Oh, yeah.
Christians stole the feast from pagans, so they wouldn't be offended unless they're homophobic. In that case, fuck them. So it sounds like they agree with me. And yeah, this sounds like, I think it was like a pagan festival, like this feast that they're talking about.
Saturnalia.
Yeah,
Christianity, I mean, Christmas was Saturnalia, yeah.
Yeah, we stole that, and then I don't know.
Or
The
Easter,
pagans
I
might
guess,
find
is
that
Easter.
offensive, but it's not a thing that we care about apparently. But yeah, thank you for that, Swayado. I hope you're still here. But it was only 5 minutes ago, so don't look at me like that, Corey.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Aiko.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I think the reason was because there's not a blackface tradition in Canada, right? So, like, although it was, in poor taste, it doesn't have the same sort of ramifications as when it happens in a Confederate state, which is what Virginia was. Like the context is fundamentally different. And yeah, people in Canada, because they share a lot of culture with America, they sort of understand now how bad blackface is. Although this is an incident that happened decades ago. But I just think there is just a big difference. And I think if that had happened in a place that was even further away that's maybe didn't speak English, then it wouldn't have been a scandal at all, unless it was a place that also had a tradition of minstrel shows.
Well, I wanted to say
Or something
to
like it.
Ali, and I wish I had done so before he left. Is that because he brought up the Netherlands, right? It's like what the Netherlands, like the Olympics were hosted in the Netherlands, and they did like a blackface thing, right? Like, would black people be offended? I would say yes, but I also wouldn't say that the people in the Netherlands wouldn't know, because they do know, because they've been having a whole.
Are you talking about Krampus?
Yeah, the Krampus thing, right? Yeah, the Krampus. Okay. In case you don't know, Krampus is like a additional figure within their Christmas mythology. He shows up with he's Black Pete. Black Pete is his name. He shows up with Santa, and he goes down the chimney, right? And he comes out covered in soot, right? And he looks like a black person, and they're saying, oh, he's actually not or something. But like, if you look into the past, it actually is very much connected with race. So they're trying to bullshit you with that. But in any case, right? From basically his question, he was implying that the Netherlands, well, from their cultural perspective, maybe this just isn't offensive, but they know it is. They actually know it is, because they're having a huge cultural conversation every goddamn Christmas about this, right? It's a big fight. They've had like huge court battles about blackface in the Netherlands, right? And they almost got like struck, like the whole thing, the whole practice like struck down, at least in official public venues. But like at the last second, like I think one of the highest courts reversed the decision. And so now they still do the Black Pete thing. But this is an ongoing fight. And they know what they're doing. They know. So they're not innocent over there. And some of them, and we know that it actually causes damage, right? Like we have, testimony of black children, because black people exist in the Netherlands, going through school and being called Black Pete, you know.
Right.
They use that to make fun of black children, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah, it can both be true that the origin had to do with soot or whatever, and that he's not actually black, and that other people though obviously notice the fact that the skin is darker and make those associations, and it becomes part of, like, those can both be true, right? That it can have non-racist origins but have turned racist or whatever. Like, it gets, those conversations get super complicated, and I don't even know if it's true that it has non-racist origins. I'm just saying, even if it did, that doesn't like make the tradition totally innocent for all, forever. Just like claiming that there's some Indian tradition, the Indian tradition of a swastika or whatever was once innocent, right? But after Hitler appropriated it, then it no longer was. So things do change.
Hold on, but I do want to ask you about that though, right? The swastika, because there was, I read an article,
right?
It was, this is many years ago, but this individual, I forget if he identified himself as Jewish or not, but in any case, he was a Westerner, and he went to, I believe it was Japan, and there was like these kids, just a group of,
I've seen them in Japan too.
Yeah, these group of teenagers, and they had like a band. One of them at least had a bandana, and it had a swastika on the front of it, right? And then he like asked them about it. It's like, "Oh, do you know the history of that symbol?" He's like, "No, it's just like a cool thing, I've seen around here." And then he explains like World War II, because one thing, other countries, other like non-Western countries, they don't talk about World War II the same way we do, right? You would think that there's no way you could avoid that history. Yeah, actually, if you're born in some other countries, they don't engage with World War II and the way that we constantly engage with that, especially with America, like looking at stuff as a hero, that heroic moment, right? We're always grappling with that history, and all the other countries simply don't care in the same way. So in any case, so the teenager didn't know about that, but right, like I remember like looking, it was like through the comment section of that, and they were like, "Well, you actually engaged in a bit like a cultural imperialism, because that is a symbol with a long like millennia long history of like being a religious symbol and still used today. Like if you go to like certain temples in Japan, you'll find the swastika there, right?"
Well, that's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about white people using the swastika, and then when challenged, saying, "Oh no, it's because I love India or something."
No, I hear you, but that's not what I was asking you about. So I wanted to bring it to you. Like, would you think that like trying to guilt someone in Japan, right, who liked the swastika symbol, and is saying that, well, it was actually used by the Nazis, right? Do you think that would be imposing your own cultural lens upon these people who, again, had their own history with the swastika?
I think I would have to know more about the interaction, right? If you're talking about just some kid in a Japanese village who's like unlikely to carry that context any further out, that would be different than if you're talking to an exchange student who's about to spend a year in America. You might want to clue him in that it's going to have some extra meaning, especially to his Jewish schoolmates or whatever, right? But yeah, I mean, of course I wouldn't judge anybody for not giving up their culture just because in an almost century-old war, it was used by some evil people.
But that's fair. But let's split the difference on those extremes, right? Rather than a rural kid and someone about to travel abroad, which you should definitely understand that context. Fair enough. But let's say this is in the heart of Tokyo, and there's some either company or religious festival going on, and there's a whole lot of swastikas. And would you say that it's fair that the West should be able, or people there should be able to react and go, this is offensive, right? This is like a Nazi symbol, or that they should simply accept that this is a separate thing?
I lean. Look, I mean, I lean more towards the side of accept that it's a separate thing. But I understand that, like, in the real world, that's just not how these like cultural interactions always work. Especially if it's going to be something that is going to be photographed and then like sent all over the world or whatever, broadcast live or something like that. There has to be like, you at least want the organizers to understand how it might be interpreted in some places. But I certainly wouldn't like insist that they get rid of him to make me more comfortable. Like, I think that's absolutely going a step too far. I would even say if you have even if you're Jewish, you should educate yourself to understand what these things mean and what their intentions are when they do something like that.
Yeah. Like you'll find, like, even in anime, you'll find swastikas there.
Yeah.
And in Bleach, if the Bleach was a very popular anime, hey, like the main character, his sword, right, his cross guard, it's a swastika.
Yeah.
And in the Tokyo Revengers was a anime that's more recent that came out, right? It was about like Tokyo gangs.
Yeah.
And on the back of their jackets, the main Tokyo gang, is swastika there, right? And in Crunchyroll, like where I was watching it, their version of it, like they took a lot of time to blur out every single swastika there, right? Like if you didn't know that was there, like, well, you would constantly see a blur. You'd be like, what could they possibly be blurring, right? But if you look online, yeah, you'll find it. It's just like it was a swastika there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No, I agree. But I do think, I do. Another big part of me does think that it's a shame that the Nazis get to own that symbol and not the, eons of time in which other cultures have used it in more appropriate ways.
Well, then, do you ever think it's fair to try to reclaim it, though? Right? Like saying,
I don't.
well,
Yes, I think it's fair, but I also, if you're talking about in an international context, I just don't think it's possible to reclaim it right now. Maybe in 200 more years goes by, maybe, I don't know. We're only just now getting to the period where almost everyone affected by it at the time in real time is now dead. We're only just now, and we still have people who remember their parents or their grandparents or whatever. Like, I think this is one of those things that also Hollywood has done its bit to keep the Nazis alive, and in the public imagination. So I don't know. I do think at this point it's almost a permanent fixture in our history.
That's fair. What are your thoughts, Corey?
I pretty much, not surprising, I agree with iCal in terms of, I think there's something to be said for reclaiming it, but like, there has to be a certain amount of time where, it's lost, it's no longer in the public consciousness, and then at some point, it will happen just as well. I don't know if it's equivalent, but like, reclaiming the N-word and repurposing it. Obviously it's not fully reclaimed. The hard R, as far as I know, is not reclaimed, right? But I do think we need to get to a place where that word can be used, but I think we're far from that. Well, not used as a slur, but you can, like, whatever, you can read a text, or you can read a book and see that word and understandably not be offended by it. I don't think we're there yet, but it's going to take some time.
I think it's different, especially when we're talking about language there, because it's in such an active use. I can't foresee a moment where, like, that word isn't in active use. Like, it would have to take, the culture would have to change around the word.
Well, yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but like, pretty much the way I view it, and I could be totally wrong, but we would only get to that place when, racism is no longer a thing. And so that's pretty much where, the utopia, so to speak, like where you can actually trust someone, okay, or a black person can trust someone to use that word. It's not in a racial context or in a sort of like context. And we're all going to get to that, at least I foresee it, we're all going to get to that place when there are racist people around. And that's maybe an unrealistic or pie in the sky expectation to think that we'll get to the place.
There are people who will tell you they have the pass, right? Because they live in certain neighborhoods where it was accepted.
We'll say that.
Well, no, but I mean people who legitimately live in neighborhoods where it's accepted among white people who are also grew up in that neighborhood. but the pass is also not like transportable, right? You can't then go to a different neighborhood and your pass goes away when that happens. But can you imagine like Jews trying to reclaim the swastika? Like I just don't see how. Like they haven't. We're nowhere near that far.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if you're going to compare the two, I would say the N-word has been more reclaimed than the swastika has, for sure.
it'd have to be done probably in like a specific way, because well, obviously, there's still a lot of symbolism and even just colors associated with the swastika. But like, if at some point some Jewish group can take the first steps as maybe artistically depicting the swastika, not with all the other symbolism associated with
Mockingly,
it.
probably, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Why don't we?
I mean, who was it? Who was the streamer that got canceled because he made some sort of like LGBTQ association with the swastika?
Oh, because I could be pulling this from nothing, but I believe like someone made like the swastika out of like the
Out of gay pride
LGBTQ
flags.
yeah, out of flags. Yeah, that's definitely in my brain somewhere. I don't know
Yeah,
who
yeah.
did it, but that
Yeah.
I remember that.
I don't.
wouldn't
Yeah, I
get
can't
this
remember his name
task.
now, but it was he. Yeah, he tried to come back a couple times, but I don't think. I mean, he's still around, knocking around somewhere. I think that guy, but I can't remember his name. Anyway, yeah, there have been people who've. He wasn't trying to reclaim anything, I don't think, but I think that might have been one of the excuses he gave when it happened.
Yeah. All right. Why don't we leave it here?
Okay.
I'll read out to
iCal has to start streaming so you can get right into it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
right.
I don't know any of these people. Double toast.
Gibbs is streaming. Lethy's
It-
streaming.
Oh, is he? Okay. Let me see. Let's leave Butter. Yep, there is. Yeah, send him out. We go to Leo Archives, nice guy. Let's support him. Lovely individual. Like his face, like his attitude. And great member of the community. So let's go support him. I don't think I've ever rated him before. I feel like I've never rated him. That feels bad. That feels bad actually. But
You have to
we'll
do
start
that some more.
today.